There's a weird market upon betrayer's husks, out of curiosity. People sometimes can't, I guess, seem to have this will or something. What I am over here for is what I needed. Well, technically, I do have to, well, see, to do that bar build, I need like 30,000 more obducite. And I might as well, right? So, it's gonna take a lot, basically, to do it. So, and plus I need to do achievement. I'm trying to nail, like, the last of my, cinders. They're locked behind stuff I should have already done. Which is kill the bosses in World Tier 4, but bear in mind, group for that. A lot of people are not doing that, basically. I need, every time I usually run through here, I just usually run through. I gotta get that last chest, big chest, which is like 250. Because I already have the chest done in here. On tier 4, it's just... Okay. Yep. So actually, I need to do infernal hordes is going to be my gem fragments. I'm slowly advancing towards grand gems, but that's a trick to itself. Advancing towards grand gems is rather hard. Like, you'd think 100,000 gems would be easy. Not this season. Gem fragments are not easy to come by. We're still paying for the sins of a season or two ago. But gem fragments are what... And I'm at 2 grand topaz right now. I'm at least where I'm at. So I think the only other thing, and eventually one day I'm just gonna have to sit down and do paragons. That's about it. Paragon grinding and pit grinding is kind of horrible. But you also need a build for that. So it's kind of 6 one, half a dozen the other. Right now I sit on this build with everything about 50 to 50 something. They're all legendary, but yeah. It's not as strong as you think it is, so to speak. Basically. Yeah, I wish it was better. But we're running into the issue of running into that problem of I do not like how the last of the damn cinders are hidden behind, like, basically World Tier 4 bullshit. Like, it's kinda not good. It's hidden behind, basically, I'm not saying and it's also the Berserk event going on. Oh, yes, by the way, that armor is like $150, basically. If you want it all, and it just... As I said yesterday, it just doesn't look right. There's something about the textures on it. It's the textures of that. Like, I don't know. The Berserk armor, at least the Guts armor, should look better. But it looks really, really bad. Like, I can't describe it, it just doesn't look right. Like, that Berserk armor. It's like a really bad, like... Let's say, like, a layering. Like, it is layered plate by nature, but it looks awful. See, it looks like layered plate. Basically, it's the skin for it. It's the wolf armor. But as I said, I would. They want like a premium for that armor, though. Ugh. Oh. Now, technically, I'm also in here for caches, so like I still have to replace one ring on this character. I mean, granted, it's a very old ring that I have. I gotta replace that, but good luck on that. Unless I take the ring caches that I've had stored away. Like, unless I take the ring caches I store away. See, I have to do the achievement of, basically kill enough before the Helltide meter fills up. But then they make you at least open 5 chests of wonders, okay? The chests of wonders are still useless, for the record. They're not good. The chest of wonders is still pretty ass. Yes. So I tried to, see, I need to get, like, see, you need these, the helots, right? Those are those things on the ground. That's what allows you to get the berserk stuff. But you need a lot of them, too. It's not like I bitch about the... Look, the people on Reddit, right? There's, like, a lot of people. They're not, like, at the stage where a lot of us are at. Plus, we're finding, like... She got Lilith killed. But I'm supposed to do this on a be really good source of stuff. Could be. But you have to kill 5 blood maidens, and then you have to do these. Oh yeah, and by the way, the last one is you gotta do shit in World Tier 4 on Slayer. Like, I saw someone do that, like, they're bragging about it, but they don't show their build on Reddit. Like, yeah, there's no way you got to World Tier 4 and you are just totally fine. There is no way. Honestly. There is just... I sit here at about the same paradox. With gear that is near max for what my build is. And I struggle. I struggle up there. It ain't by just me. A bunch of people who are about 230. Because you try to crack to, like, 70, right? I did, what, a 60... I did, like, a 65? Jesus, that thing was, like, trying to, Shit was, like, trying to just... Everything has far too much health, basically. Everything. It's an understatement, though. Yeah, open up the fucking useless chest that... Alone. Yeah. But yes, the gating bosses is very annoying. See, I have been, like, at... this is a nice power fantasy at this point. Like right here. This part of the game. Go up in one more tier. You don't do enough damage. Everything is so pillowy. Basically, everything is like beating on fucking a beanbag. Or like a boxing punching bag. I shit you not. You're talking a build that just obliterates things on a everywhere. But apparently, for the record, I can't kill shit, apparently. You don't just blow stuff up, because it's way too hard, or has too much health. One of the damn two. And as I said, hit 70s, man. Change your life at that point. Like, Pit 55s are equivalent to 75s last season. Someone didn't realize that. Like, okay, casually, 10 million. You think obliterate something. Yes, I sit here at 6,000, we have 6,000 overwhelming. Oh yeah, no shit on World Tier 4, just it bounces off of it. Yes. Just for the record, it is so stupid. And like, I think the only way to overcome that one wall is to straight... Look, you need paragons, and that's about it. I had a conversation with one of my friends. Tell me without... Like, there was just nothing. It's like we're at that point of... World Tier 4 is a ghost town. And it's a solo show for the most part, because you're lucky if you find, like, maybe one or two people up there to help you out. But other than that, you were... World Tier... Oy. Well, I mean, I had to do updates to... Apparently there was a graphic driver update the other day. Yep. It's not that I don't sit it. Really, you fuckers. What the fuck are you doing? Lazy. Wallers. Yeah, Wallers are very normal. Think about Wallers. Wallers are... It's a very common enemy in this game. Okay. Finish out this one. Maybe get lucky with the jewelry. Might get lucky. I might get lucky with the jewelry. No. always gonna give me shit regardless. I don't need that, but I do need jewelry. Jewelry is what I need. Well, the jewelries are usually about there's about 75. They're a little easier to farm. Yeah, I'm searching for it. The spawns are really random. If not, I'll just get the armor. The armor works the same. All the armor's god. Though, infernal hordes remain pretty cut and dry. Basically, they're not too hard. They have to cut down to here to do it. It's just an easier... It's just a more efficient way. That's just little. It's not that I can't. It's just... I do not like... Like, if I'm gonna have to waste compasses, I'm not gonna waste them in tier 4, even though tier 4 does have a higher chance of being better at times. Like, tier 4, like a 6 wave, can sometimes be equivalent to a 3 wave. Like a 10 wave of tier 3. Which, sure, but that's not always the case. Let's out, and then... Honestly, figured I was gonna die. The secret to those is having good regeneration. The secret to surviving those, okay, is good regeneration. That's what you need. That is how. You either need healing or that. Every class has it, but not a lot miss them because they don't feel the need. Really? The beauty of having a minion build. All these I don't have to fucking worry about it. Oh, leave me alone. I just want to open up a chest in peace. Thank you. Lord, can I open up a chest in peace? Probably not. Can't open a chest in peace. Rework my powers, so all the shadow damage over time stuff does a lot more. And you're an ass. You don't give me shit. I'll tell you, the curse of the two-handed maces and two-handed axes are not getting better. They're staying the same. See, I have to work on a chest. Like, I have to go in here and get that chest of wonders. I'm pretty close. Someone actually is doing it. there's all armor left. Nope. Oh, and then I gotta get. Hopefully, the gear lines up better on that build. By the way, the billets don't pick up automatically, which is strange. What? Really? Okay. So what happened is a lot of the bots are auto-farming on World Tier 4 as well. There's a lot of bots up there. Like, at least I'm seeing. Like, I've seen it, and it's especially since the other day and this event started. But it's like, they don't... I'm not saying, like, they don't belong up there as much as they're not good. Like, it's clear multi-box as well. Like, multi-boxing does exist in this game. Like, what's like a bot from the group. It's like, you either get up there and then you're... I don't know, they somehow get in the same server. Like, the whole bunch of shit. But, like, I'm looking at them and they're just standing there, so they make everything more difficult. But they don't help you out at all. Like, everyone wants to play in Tier 4, but they can't kill in Tier 4. Like, I had an event the other day. Like, I got in when I saw it. I was like... It was actually a event. A bunch of people. Not my level, but you think, okay, there's enough DPS between 10 shekel fucks. This event should be over in, like, whatever. No. None of them could create DPS. Zilch. Zero. They were basically sucking. They might as well fucking went down a tier. You know, granted, this happens every season, right? Every single season this happens. But this is far worse. I should go knock that up, but I need to go. I don't care about that one event, at least. I need that chest. That's what I need. And I am still have the curse of the only thing that are getting that are 2 GAs or sides. Assholes. Let me fucking get this chest, you shits. Oh, you mother. Thank you. Jesus, has no one been down here? Should not be this much shit down here. Ever. Well, I almost have enough for the first fucking reward. Boy, it's only 100 on the next one. So the first reward on the Berserk thing's 50, by the way. Now, you think, oh, it's gonna be easy to get them. No. First off, you gotta remember to pick them up. They don't auto pick up. Second off, they only come off elites. Or bosses. So, you have to go to areas that have it. There just happens to be a lot of elites and bosses that exist in Helltides. So, hey, I only need one more tortured gift. And that one's done. How cute. Oh yeah, by the way, these are fucking near impossible to obtain. Each of these, right, are 100,000 to do. 100,000 fragments. Yeah. And there's one guy who's already out to here. Oh, yeah, Loot Master's broke. You gotta clear a 75. LOL. Good. Oh, that ain't gonna happen. See, that was gonna be that. So, see, the last three are tied behind there. Yep. Yeah. While I'll wait on the next. While I'll wait on that. Hell tied. Yeah, you're supposed to clear a 75. Yeah, give us about 3 weeks. We'd probably be there. You know? Give us about maybe. But right now, the pits, right? You cannot penalize. Like, we're being penalized because it's really weird. So their philosophy design was to make the game harder. But in the way, they made the game harder in all aspects for everyone. If I am struggling, imagine what the average person is doing. The average person who can barely get past tier 2 in the lower tiers, where they are permanently stuck. Really? Some stuff just... Some terrain just eats my abilities. And that is a very known thing in this game, believe it or not. By the way, apparently interesting in gaming news. So, very big departure from grinding gear games. So, Path of Exile's in trouble. GTA 6 got delayed. Who could have seen that coming? I had a feeling it was going to get delayed till next year. Because if we haven't heard about GTA 6, or honestly, GTA 6 getting delayed, yeah. I mean, but granted, that game's been in development for nearly, what? Okay, let's say, honestly, since 2015 or 2016, okay? Hypothetically. Let's say 10 years in development. Solid on GTA 5. Just to be fair. 10 years. 10 years. Yes. Now, arguably, I mean, that game is either going to be really good or launch to a shit show. I mean, the theory that GTA 6 has been in a but the new trailer looks good. But, I mean, it's also the safest one. Like, apparently they're trying to claim politics in it, but there isn't politics. Go figure. Woman's crying about her imprisonment. Someone writes the audio that says that it's a victim of bad luck while she's there. The boyfriend comes and picks her up, like after punching strong arm robbing a thing. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game. Like, how that game escaped anything from the DEI era of games within its 8 years, or let's say 8 solid years of development. Look, it's hard to tell. They're either going to play it as the safest GTA in all of existence, or, and I mean or, it's going to be it's going to either have the week of launch. It's still going to sell like 1 million copies at launch. Don't get me wrong. No, that game's going to still sell 1 million, 2 million. Wouldn't be shocked. Like, I'll be really shocked if it doesn't. But its price point's probably going to be $100. I'll be shocked if it isn't. Like, by the time that occurs. Like, if it's not $100 at launch. There we go. Halfway through to another. But I do gotta get this last one. I got this last one I gotta get. Get that last one. So, where's the chest? Okay. I have enough to summon that. This should get me a really good start. Really? The only thing I'm lacking is a walking pestilence cloud with this build. Kinda had one last season, but I don't have one this season. I don't have the walking pestilence cloud. I have the damage over time everywhere, but I have the tentacle that kills things. I gotta get over there. Come on. Fuck it. Nope. Okay. Can't get over here first. Like, I can do Hell Tides at 4 down here, because I know friends I play with cannot do tier 4, are not comfortable in tier 4, so that just happens. I mean, people have to play where they're comfortable. Stacy's already subbed. It already got subbed. I'll stay. I'll complete this one. So Reap automatically. The thing about Reap automatically executes. So I have like 3 executions built into this. So I have 3 executions. And that at least gives... I mean, most chaff around me pretty much dies, basically. I have the one curse, I have that. Then I have the other. Fortunately, I have to go to the tree. I have to go to the tree. Yeah, no, that tentacle that I have does like 10 million damage. At one. You It's one of the most devastating powers we have. Ish. Give or take. See, like these. These all get opened up on that character. Or I give it to my Spiritborn, and then my Spiritborn gains all the gear and the aspects. I have to see who I want to get that, but this is all destined for my barbarians. So it's all destined for that one. So I got one more chest of wonders to open. Probably, as I said, I'm in search of a ring. Okay, I'm in search of a ring. This is a really good at a start, like here. Like, these are really, really good. If you catch these early, like, you can gain enough. Like, okay, hypothetically, if you have to open up 10 chests in the area, farm this, you get a bunch. Now, you need like a total of like 750 or so. Apparently, like, sometimes, because the amulets can be 125. There's also a good way to pick up Helltide assassins too, which a good source of billets. This is also a good source of billets, surprisingly enough. But I need one more of those chests. Amulet. That could be amulet. I need a two-handed weapon. Again, I have been in the... I suffer from the eternal curse of this season of having to deal with scythes that are this. So... basically... I'm not saying that 40% on summon damage is hurting me. It's just not ideal, so to speak. It's just not extremely ideal. See, I'll put in one heart just so that, because there's really supposed to be a rotation for this. But do this. Yeah. The rest I have to do in the last are going to be in tier 4, but, like... As soon as I do, because I'm usually casting like 3 abilities at once. So, usually that's what you'll see. Like, I have reap explosions. I have a rotation, so... Done. Get over to the event. Now, usually you know when you have people who are powerful enough, these things don't last long. Basically. Didn't get credit on blast today. No. I'll get credit for this kill. Even though that was my heart. Good source of still exquisite blood, steel, various Beliels. Billets are over there, but I'll get to it. Oh, look. There's the... By the way, there's the rare whisper chest in this area. Like, you can have, what is it? Whisper chests can pop up here, in here. But they're not very common. You... No. Yeah. Over there. Good. Another fucking event. System. Oh, this is a kill more event. This shit will be easy. Well, it's pretty much since I'm already here, I do need a farm. Oh my god, dude. You guys all come towards me. Really? Don't you got, like, fucking people over there to bully? Hey. They just live longer, at least over there. You come bully the one person who just auto-deletes them. All tides do have a different scaling, though. There's actually a, so the 25 to 35% per level is a little different. Since I'm already here. Honestly, it's because I'm not turning in those caches to the one character. So for this character, it's all for the other ones. Which I should give it to my Spiritborn, maybe? But I should give that to him, but not sure. I don't know. I'm gonna just try to max, because I'm trying to max out Barb. Barb and this kind of said to you, I think I started out that character, but I don't think that character is, honestly, I don't think I'm gonna have the energy for three characters this season. With the time thing, but remember, that's three sets of, straight, uh, things. That's a lot of work. Yeah. Source of murmurs sitting over there. You can get see, the murmurs will suck. The really, Jesus. Really? Oh fuck! You're not dead. I can watch Andor the next batch of episodes. Yeah, well, I casually finished these with like great ease. Wow, I actually got a wand. Like, I don't get wands apparently. So, what do we have here? Got that rare occasion. Now, I have to do it in tier 4. I wish in tier 4 this could happen more often. You have to open up. So this is one of the few regions Loot Master works, alright? Loot Master works in tier 4 in this region. Now, the thing about it is, you have to open up 10 chests that are in the same region or something. That's why it's absolutely broken. Help you with your... I feared. Yes. Sure. It's actually the region if you have to do Loot Master in, you come up here. It's one of the... But it doesn't always count when you do it. Which sucks. And a lot of times I just give up on that particular one. Oh, that's amulets. Shit. That is amulets. Okay, though. I'll just murder all of us. I'm also getting my whisper bounties, so ashes. So hordes don't take that long for me, even though they are a set amount of time. But hordes are a set amount of time, basically. But between people, it usually goes by a lot quicker. Damn it. Okay, that's helms. Okay. I'll bite. I'll bite. Laughed my ass off if I ever got a mythic in here. Not to say you can't get a mythic, by the way. You can get mythics in here. Extremely rare on the occasion, but you can. Very low chance, in fact. And I say that because I've seen it happen before. But the drop rate on mythics... Apparently the drop rate on mythics are really, really bad. By the way, that Varshan Tentacle, so much fun. It is probably one of the funnest abilities. It actually heals you as well. So the Varshan Tentacle is what you see. It just comes around. It auto-murders everything. So. And thing does, like, casually 10 million damage. Because it goes off... The funny part is, it goes off corrupting damage. What am I? Corrupting damage. Well, corrupting or shadow damage, basically. That's 10 million blunt. Really? What's that impressive? The density at 4 is a little weird, though. Like, I find the density at 4... It's good, but depending on the region, it is sometimes the worst. Really? Open up. Thank you. No. Go through like a horde of ads, which fuels the next one. Thank you very much. I have to go through the hordes of ads to get to there. Sometimes the... See, that is what fucks people up in this game majority of the time. Their inability to chaff clear. But that's why you always have, like, a good AoE. That used to be barbarians more weak points. See, that used to be a lot more. Like, barbarians' weak points always were the lack of an AoE. Quake actually helps out with that. Believe it or not. It tries. There's a lot of loot. I mean, up here you get some. It's not quite the explosion of loot per normal. But it does work. Really? Come back in and get over here. Okay. Huh. gonna work out really well, ain't it? See, the reap is an auto-execute, so it's an easy thing to have just to do. Now, usually at a lower level, it's a little harder. But this is... I can do this at tier 4, even. I mean, but surviving is... Killing is a different story. But a lot of these... Oh god, it's just horrible. Just... That... Fuck you. That... Stupid. You piece of shit. Screw that one. Screw that one up because of the fear. Necromancers don't necessarily have, like, access to unstoppable. It's very easy to fear, which, unless you invest in it, which makes you, like, unstoppable, you are running every single time. I hate fear bombs. Like, the fear, like, effects are just absolutely intense. I need to unlock these things. I really do. I really do. I need to unlock, like, strongholds. Apparently stronghold XP got better. No. Now is it getting me 1,000,000? No. Good. I just kind of ignore them. I've actually been playing this season without unlocking a majority of strongholds. What's worse, it's actually getting worse season by season, actually. Believe it or not. I have slowly get to the point I unlock the bare minimum strongholds. I unlocked the bare minimum strongholds because the ones that allow me to teleport in certain locations. But also, it's easy. Really? You should be dead. Chest piece. So. Said chess piece, right? Chess piece. Something wasn't over here. Maybe we got a winner. Maybe we got a winner. Never know. I'm gonna curse myself by looking at it till I get out of here. That's an ancestral ring. That's a good ring. By the way. Just the wrong aspect. It's the wrong aspect. It's also the reason I stopped doing strongholds. Strongholds just stop leveling up after a while. They don't give rewards. And the multipliers get better later on, yes. But now, nah. Oops. Yeah, this is a temple, doesn't it? Ah, yes, this is this one. Indeed. Okay, so this is this one. Yeah. One takes like 3 minutes. Enough doesn't take that long. It's pretty basic. It's pretty easy. It's just cool boss, by the way. Oh yeah, this is part of the one stronghold. You have to come down here for crap, what is it? I forget what emote you have to do with this one.
Well done.
Okay, so you shear at it, right? Yeah. So you shear it. You gotta find the other one.
That was not bad.
So you shear at it. Look what it is, because there's one particular emote. You have to do each of the different. Like, this is one of them. Then you go back to do the doorway, which is the doorway to the pit of hell. And there's it's like a little secret thing. People kind of forgot, but it needs to be lit up. But then you have to find like what is it? Make sure it's lit. Yes, it's lit. But then you have to actually make sure that it's listen, that one's lit. Hmm. Let me see. We'll say the other one. Because the other one, I heard where the other one is too. So, one, I kind of remember where they are. So, kind of off the top of my head. Say that. So, the one is. It's tricky to find. It is. It's not always obvious. Let me say.
Impressive.
It's along these runes. Oh, here it is.
Well done.
So you see that? It's like the Diablo. Right here. It's right here. No, the other one did a weird spot. Like, I know the last one. Literally the last one did a strange spot. Still remember where it is, cause one's down here, the altar of ruin. And I want to say the Beliel, was it Ball? So you find the one for Ball. Statue for Ball. Omar's redoubt. Let's see. Find it without looking it up. I want to say it's here. It's at a weird spot. It's at a very, very, very weird spot. It's in a spot surrounded by, what is it? It's in a spot surrounded by, it's like a, it's near where you do the quest for, it's a quest nearby to it. Say it's the Grinning Man quest. It's the Grinning Man quest. Yes, it's that one. A crazy man they tell you never to talk to. And the Iron Wolf Fortress. That's where it is. Don't ask how I remember it. It's like this is that weird one. See, I know the area. Yep, the right area. Yep, I'm in here. There you go.
Well done.
Yeah. Now, 3 locations are done. If you do it correctly, you get the 3 locations. You do the 3 locations, basically. I don't remember, like, the reward for it's not impressive. More impressive trying to get to it. People discovered it. You gotta find the gateway to hell. You go back and you go find it. It's where you go down to hell for that part of the story. Remember where that is. It's down in a weird area. They can't kill me. Funny though for them to try. At least on this level. Let's see. Hold on. I don't remember where that is. I know it is. It's down. Well, I thought I'm doing this all from memory. But I don't know. I know the area. I know the area. I know the area. The area is near. It's where there's lava. It's not trying to cheat it out. There's like an area, and it's near one of them. And it's the area you head when you go down. Alone, I've done it. I just don't know where it is. Let's say. Like, I would know the area if I went down to it. No, I know the area where it is. Ah, it's gonna bother me. The area is down. There's some lava. There's usually always shit near it, too. Burning area. It's near a burning area. And it goes down. See, it's been so long since I've done that story. It's not here. It's not in. Hmm. I usually stumble upon it by accident. Because there's always shit going on there. We did it more or less last season. reason why I remember it is it's down here. This is the doorway to like the Hell region. After you get the 3 statues, you cheer at the 3 statues, you come down here. I have to take this event out on the way. Never enough murmurs, one can say. It's down here. It's right when you go to that part of the queue. Well, most people, it's funner part, cooler animation. And you have to basically Niall putting the and see, the only other time you come down here is for... What's that? For, like, what? One of the, seasonal powers. You have to come down here when they're on... Rest. I really do. Dude, how many times you have robocalls? You have to literally block the fuckers. Like, honest to God, I say this nicely. I hate it. You know it's a robocall, too. Yeah, so it's a really fucking long way over here. I don't like coming over here, like, it's very R out of its way. Yeah. It used to work. To come down here. Alright, it still works. I'm missing one statue. I know I'm missing one statue. Uh, the Way of Three, right? So, to find... There's the wrong door. down this way, though.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Right. Thank you. Yes. Really? So the way of the three is what I'm after. So we'll clear this up before I go down there. I just happen to be in the area to unlock the way of the three. So you have to go below Chaldeum. Please don't take off. This is why you get... You don't get out that much. Thank you. Actually, my last two beards that I have gotten, even though very healthy little fat fucks, they decide to... I mean, one's calmed down and infernal. Other one... She's more gold. Yeah, you're more of a brat than you are. See, I just have sensitivity to high sounds. For a certain type of sounds. So even over noise-canceling headphones, I can still hear her flying. But she's more social, but she also at the same time hates the cats. So, I don't know. Can't have it both ways. By the way, you never have it. I'm almost done maxing out all the powers. I say almost. I think I got like a couple that are not maxed out. So... Yeah, I need the powers as well, so... You basically always do these events just so you have the additional, because that's what I need. Well, I mean, technically to level them to 20. They all go to 20. Even though I have... views. Hell no. Way of the Three was marked secret. Bear in mind, it wasn't like one of those quests that you actively see. This is weird. I guess it's not like a. I don't know.
Primus, the communing pillar is quiet. I don't know what has happened. We slaughtered the slaves like you said, but still the three are silent. What have the faithful done to displease them? No! Don't go near it! We can no longer control!
Weird little quest, by the way. See, it is a challenge too. That's funny because the Way of the Three. Like, I think I've already done it. It's just I haven't done it with this character in a while. If now, I haven't seen a word boss in a bit. Yeah, big girl, you just sit up there. Yeah, unlocked tier 75, which, oof, yeah, that was gonna be a bitch to do. See, yeah, see, for me to advance even my glyphs, I have to be like, just like, it's stupid, like, 60 even? It's like, what, they're like 50, so like, I'd like be 10 higher. See, like, yeah, 55, right? Even. Really? Sometimes they die, sometimes they don't. Now, I was doing like going to 65 earlier. But like, cleared like a 65 with like 5 minutes left. I was like, Jesus, I hate myself. I did a 65, I cleared it with like 4 minutes left. Oh god. And I just came up there and duped the boss a couple of times. No, but this is what I was talking about. It's like, our progression is literally blocked, dude, too. It's either a gear, like it's like an unholy trinity of gear in both pits. Like you need. Honestly, I just want this bounty, and I'm gonna level up my other ones. Like I need to level up a couple from my others to 45, but that's about it. Then when I do major pit pushes on this character, I hate myself. Because that is just... I say this because pit pushing kills one's soul physically. Like, it's worse. It's like the worst part of the game. Honestly. Like, this build... There's an entire build just made to do this. That's all you do. And they're different than builds in the rest of the game. Because they're like building out for time trials. But yeah. I'll basically need like 20, 30,000 obducite for that character. Like for the barbarian, because I can only imagine. Because, I mean, it's not that, it's the repeat farming. Like, 55 is the base entry into tier 4. Like, I'm getting better, but my DPS still sucks. But it's the elites and it's everything else that just doesn't like dying. Makes everything worse. Welcome to horde grinding. Okay. Fiends. Okay. See if the RNG holds out. Soul Spires. Thing is, you gotta get the Soul Spires out of the system. Get the Soul Spires out of the system is what you have to do. Once you get the Soul Spires out of the system, you can do better. So they're at least one of many events. Picking that one because should have probably taken that one before, but it's really iffy. Kind of strange. Hold on. Technically, we have like 2 Aether Fiends, no 150%. I'm just looking at Soul Spires. But I turn these all to gem fragments and obducite. Oh, you shithead. That's why I stayed over here. That's the one. And unfortunately, I've just gotten this down to a precise science. It's the question if the RNG doesn't fuck us over. Thing is, you spread out unless you stay in one area. lords. And we missed the Soul Spire. No one wants to step into the Soul Spire. Yeah. 500 almost. I have to make myself do this to the point of bleed to death. Gets the point. Well, it's like I do this half, but it's the bad part. Unless I need scrolls of refinement, I don't take the one. Eyes, more or less. The eyes just burn. I promise to take her through the one. So. Leave them their party, and then you make another. Sixes are good for personal ones. But what's funny, at sixes at fours are really just if you're trying to do I'm saving up a bunch of 6s in case Mother's blessings come through. So if we get Mother's blessing, 6s will be easy. Burn and burns. Be a lot of XP. And her character is not, like, made, like... She's, like, in tier 2 for her character. But she's, like... She plays, like... It's not bad. She just needs the gear, so it helps her out, at least here. So she basically, what is it I meant? Her randomly doing resource trading and boss farming a couple of seasons back. Pretty dedicated little person around. She just... This is going to be a dumb combination. A 50% into Burning Rain. Okay, so if I get into Goes Work, so in the tail end, hopefully there is Hellborn. Burning Rain opens up a couple of things. Yeah, so Operator found the... So, the idea behind the Summon Barbarian is you're using... your fucking shit. Wow, Soul Spires. What great choices. They the first one to screw me over, apparently. Probably reward me on the back end with Hellborn. Yeah, I need time to relax when I'm not trying to grind up paragons or doing a build, so I can get the other shadow build, shadow minion build back up. It's just a pain in the ass, but because I'll need like 10,000. It's not that rough with the no. It's the risk. Maybe I should have gone for Lords of Death, but I'll find out if that's the bad decision. Hellborn to 50%. Later and wondering if we can just slaughter through. You can tell I've done this too much. Really have. Muscle memory in this is just... I already know the ebbs and flows. That's how bad it is. So I could probably play this half asleep. Believe it or not. I have. Back when the grind of it was worse. I think the weather shift caused me to have allergies occasionally. I was saying start this one or finish it. But I need to... you're all ass. Jesus. Well, at least we'll get... Hopefully they know to clear fucking full spires. That's the problem. We have too many damn soul spires. As soon as one fucking pops up. Screw a run up. It take too long to kill. Not hoping for that many souls. Problem. I take too long to kill, and unless people are standing, and then as soon as they spawn, it's pointless. That's the thing, soul spires are fucking stupid. I don't normally mind, but I was really hoping for like a 900 out of that one. I was really hoping for like a 900. Jeez, the 900s are what I'm after. Alright. It happens. I just have to watch my timing for this build. I just have to. That's the only thing that you like. This build, you just gotta plan where, like, if you misfire your blood waves, they kind of be inconvenient. Taking out large groups. I'd rather have the 50%. So the 50% is good. Like, That's the big deal. 50% are what keep you alive, Mona. Other than that, it's just pure hell. This is just rinse, wipe, repeat. Third wave Hellborn are good. Well, we have third wave Hellborn, right? Oh, these good. So if you can get to Hellborn 3 or Hellborn 4, well, yeah, you're gonna be banking Aether all day. And another 50%. Oh god. And if you have the people who can just launch an area nuke like I can, or anybody, like a good crowd control, yeah, you're gonna like get like multiples of them. Off. Lyric Massets, say. But this area has the problem that it makes playing this game harder after a while. This has the exacerbated, yeah, filter problem. Okay. Most of the world is a weird shade of red, mud, and clay. Okay, depending on what part. Some sort of it. Red mud. It's either red mud or clay, or like the swamp has the same feature. Or it's just like this, where... Right? That's gonna be a weird run. Death. Like, it doesn't take 3 people to kill. Like, one person can pretty much deal with the Lord of Death. So, a majority of them. As long as you're, in theory, your DPS is good, you're clearing. But this kind of shit is... I think Riker was talking about... See, Riker did his video on Season 8, why Season 8 has issues. This feels like a weird, like, time attack. Like, time attack is a... like, time attack is like... I'm not a big fan of pits. Pits have always bothered me, because it's not like the leveling thing. It makes more sense. They shove the paragons back behind there, and it's become progressively worse. But the time attack method, like you're attacking the clock, but it's also as well as skin, and they're handling it very poorly. Well, like, Riker sees it, but Riker's also divesting his channel into Last Epoch, No Rest for the Wicked, too. Which makes more sense. Me, it's here, I do this, then I do others. No, to carve out, like, niche. Trust me, as I say. Like, but I'm not gonna settle for shit Diablo clones. Like, I did Path 2. Path 2 hasn't gotten better, and in fact, they doubled down. Really? Look at these runs. Not good today. They're not terrible, but they're not good. They're not doing great. These choices aren't good. Like, you might get the one with, like, 2 Hellborn, 3, like, with a 50%, but, like, the day that I have to take the Fell Council, oh god, you know the other 2 options are bad. There's times I've had to take the Soul Spire one just because it was the only decent one. It was a Lord of Death. It just shows up. Yeah, no. No, I time it. If you're here and you're good enough, you can just time those. Normally do that. I don't normally. That's the only choices. I'd rather have pray for kill more, because if you get more, kill more, it's gonna be fine. The only thing is we get out of Soul Spires, and I don't want to see them. If it's like Soul Spires, it's gonna suck. It's just pure kills. Yeah. Be banking for at least the latter half. Get out of here with 600. That is painful. 600, yeah. Just okay, so technically if it's 800, I don't ever do anything above. So like if it's 800, I always turn it into obducite. Unless I need a scroll. So as long as I have my cooldowns correct, because I can only fire off every 8 seconds. It's not that. But I gotta wait till the waves expire, and then it's 8 seconds. Yeah. Let them get there. It's just easier to run this. See, I have this problem. No offense, I don't usually trust teammates. Or at least weird. I always think I'm used to carrying people, so. It's not enough about it, it's just habit in video games, of course. So, the idea is I always overtune my characters. 6-1, half a dozen the other. I'm always overtuning them. So if I have to make up for usually someone's lack of DPS, it's never an issue. That's why every time in like Division, like everything I have is overtuned for everything. And I'm gonna have to actually what is it? Yeah, no. If there's an expansion released in like 20 days, so I need to finish that season out. Which is, man, that season. Better. Yep. Hellborn first. Sorry, Hellborn. Nah, Hellborn went over 50%. Hellborn at least. 50%, yeah. I would rather have Hellborn at the start than have 50%. I've always can. Hellborn at the start doesn't really throw it off as much as the... Like, having multiple etheric masses at the start is never shit either. That can actually turn into really fun if you can get the one to give etheric lords. Weird. 3 Hellborns, that's fun. Only one we're missing is if one gets 4. See, I'm so used to machine grinding. As I said, a lot of this doesn't really change. It's just you gotta remember the choices. What pretty much good or bad. Fucking seriously. For 215s and a fucking heavy. You know, if your resistance wasn't high, you get fucked. But once you get into a good rotation of these, yeah, you will get a lot. I don't know how many I need, so I do know these reward different. But like if I do like 10 of them, it's no big deal. That's at least a budget of obducite. I care about the fragments. I care about that one right now. I need the fragment, basically. I need.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Give me a lot of Hellborn are the easiest realm. Like, if you can get lucky and get like the 4 Hellborn. Hellborns are the easiest ones. Those are the runs. Hellborn and Aether Fiends, as a combination, are what in turn lead to the other. Or not going up the way. It's too far up from that one. I am knock it down. You can apply that one with a whisper. The way I do grinding, I'm gonna wind up with more of these than I ever need. I'm like, so in the final, right? It's usually in the, I would say starting after 8 especially. 8 into, like, the final stages of masterworking, at least when it comes to ancestrals, It goes 450, 900, 350, 350, then like 1300. Something like that. So you're talking obducite cost for that final? Sweet. Like it doubles. Go. I think I'm already sitting on like I'm already sitting on more caches of like dungeon keys. I'm already sitting on caches of dungeon keys. So they're gonna pop up when I get to the other character. Yeah, right. Jeez, 23k, huh? Kiss my ass. I cannot wait to do this in tier 4. In tier 4, the rewards are better. At least. That's enough to cover the rest of the gear. Still have left over. I hope. But remember, barbarians have more gear slots. Basically. They have more gear spots. Or weapon spots. They have a total of 10. You have like 14 gear spots you have to fucking max out. Times so much. Like, you think 23,000 is all. Would think. And watch when I get into the other. I don't even guess how much I have. Like, just to do this gear that I have here. Yeah, no, the math is... Obducite takes a lot. One tier, the final tier is just very stupid. So, this is 450. 450. So, 450, 900, 1350. I think that's it. Something like that. That's just to get this last part done. It's like 23? Like 2,300 on the last. It's like astronomical. But it's like, it starts off at like 10, 20, 30, something like that. Then it doubles up. Then, because that's what you have to have for like this. Basically, like, joke and joke, if you, eventually I just have to get out of here and do a chain of just scenery. Mm. So, I may not have the best movement speed. Like, you know, everyone goes, Necros don't have movement speed. Okay. How I make up my movement speed is I use the, mobility skill to dodge. Basically, I use my evades to actually do that. Mm. Mm. I have to go walk around after this and clip my pallet. Hmm. I have to. Oh god. Problem is, all that terrain started blending together visually. This whole area starts to do that after a bit. This area It's all shades of hellfire. Like, basically, the texture palettes in parts of this game are atrocious, especially screwing with your eyes. So, switch that character though. I have like 20 plus stored away, but I'll be back. Break. Yeah, so a lot of this is similar. So when you look at like mutator plate, wish there was a use for this at some point, but we don't have not a lot of use for mutator plates. I mean, that's supposed to be very much bloodlands. Somehow, Graves of the Empty Tomb. 20% reductions. Eh. 17 life. Eh. It's not good. But I didn't realize those were bound. That's the only thing that sucks. That's one thing. It caught somebody up earlier. I was like, but those are bound. So you get fucked over by it. Didra is 4 on Tides of Blood. Intense is overpower. That is 60. Matter. 60, but Dior. 22. That's a plus 2. It's a max life, but not a good affix. And that's correct to a degree. Like everything sucks compared to what I have. Really? Jesus. What this is weird. I was really hoping for better gear than this. Still a couple of more though. Pretty good. Good affixes. It's only better. If you ever need gear, if you ever need things, come over do this. I love critical hit chance on rings. I really, really fucking do. It's irrelevant stat unless you're a rogue or something. Good ring. Talent, in fact. There's a lot of shit in this one pile. At least on this one. Thing is, loot will stack in spots, so you kinda don't know. Bottom like hearts.
The forge is ready for whatever you need. There's that.
East, I think. I Hoping for a gear upgrade from this place. That's a good one, though. See what I'm needing for this character. I need a max strength. Oh, Jesus. That is a lot, dude. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's at least a start. So the plan is to keep. Yeah. Well, speaking of things. I mean, as much as it is, it's just a gear.
Stars guide you. There is power in these stones.
Wow, I can finally make a grand amethyst. Touch. See if I change Pain Gorger Gauntlets, right? Change those. But I need a helmet. I need that. But I think I finally found a mace for this character. I found a mace for the character, at least. Lower weapons. Different, though. No, lower weapons. The two swords are gonna have to stay. Hey, hey. Here. Here. Put it back. Yeah, no. Let's see. Two different maces. Two maces, sure. I picked up a mace on another character. Well, advance and tiny leaps. Yeah, don't I? Still in the same boat I was, wasn't I? I'm still in that same boat. That gear. I'm literally in the same boat. Almost. That's weird. All of that. I mean, granted, I could give that one. See, those are staying. Those are staying. See, that's actually kind of good.
Rare to have something so fine.
Find out real quickly how long some of this shit lasts. As I say, don't last long. That stays. Pain Gorgers, I'm not attached. Pain Gorgers, I'm not too attached to. Don't die this on one hand turned out to be better. That turned out to be good. Yeah, 108 physical. Non-physical, right? That's actually been helping. Hold on. Attack speed. Hmm. See, I'm missing strength. Feel like I'm in the same boat. hunting gear and I'm not getting shit. What I need to do is make sure I have the affix. Oh. Yeah, need to make sure I have the affix. Period, though. If the I need a blunt weapon. See, the game's not giving me blunt weapons. Honestly, not sure why. I'm not getting them at all. You think here, like, I'm already good on a slashing weapon. Now, it's funny, is I can use this. Right now. There's one problem with this. One. That is the sixth in hand. Essence means shit. But it's a sword, and at least the FX makes more sense than a scythe. So back to the drawing board, huh? Indeed. Basically, back to the gear searching of this character. I mean, in a way. But on my necroless, it's missing intelligence. So that's its only problem. Because I don't care about the overpower damage. I care about the other one. Now, what I'm needing is stuff here. Right? So, I need here and here. I need something. I need a weapon right there. But as I said, I can't really get one. See, That sword might be the answer to my prayers for my neck. Might. But then again, it's gonna go. I have to roll intelligence over you. You know. Just a downside. But I had a feeling that she was going to pull gear. I had a feeling that she was going to pull gear for the other. She was going to pull gear for that character. I mean, I'm going to get a ring that's technically the ring that I need to replace on my Necro. I need intelligence. I need the intelligence and the light. Preferably an intelligence GA. But I don't think I can get one. So, it solve my helmet issue now, doesn't it?
How can I help?
All right, calm down. Put it away before somebody sees. All right, chin up, man. Want another go? All right, calm down. Chin up, man.
Really?
All right, calm down. Very nice, very nice. Another.
That's actually good. Mm.
That looks worn. I can fix it. The forge is always hot.
I can replace those. That would be a good alternative helmet. If I wasn't using that one. See, that's giving me all stats. Very good concept. Mm. Hmm. See, I like this though. both of these items, right? At least. See, this is giving me life. The other one's giving me life. The other one's doing this. As much as I hate to say it, the God Slayer's crown grew. It's grown on me, so to speak. It has its perks, because what I need is, I was hoping to have 2 defensive perks. I was hoping that this has to stay that way. But that DPS to elite stuff is the thing. Mm. Gauntlet wise, right? Needs to have strength. What did I say the other day? Strength. Not as much HP. As much as the ability to go strength. Then have core stats. Core abilities. Strength in core is what the damn thing needs. Yeah. That's a good concept in gear too. Like, that's a good one. Then again, I'm already over on. I am so high on resistance. Ridiculous. So. Well, at least all those bullshit caches gave me at least a sword from a necro. I mean, I gotta roll off essence and kill. But replace my ring even? Nope. These are intelligence and might. Yep. Got a helmet, though. The helmet's that's actually a really good helmet. Something I could do with. So. Now, the issue inherently is, see, it already has damage on it. Technically, it already has damage on it. It needs like a max roll intelligence, but I can't get that on this sword. It keeps giving me stuff that I don't need. But I knew that was going to happen. I did get a two-handed mace. Still have the chest piece. Still there.
This is starting to feel like home.
That's stupid. See, I need one-handed weapons, and I need that. Because clearly I have almost all the manuals. I don't have all of them. It's pretty damn close. So let's figure this out. But this is bad gear drops, man. I don't like it. See, that sword can finally give me something for my necro. It doesn't replace it. The ring, okay. I mean, that's good. That ring is good. It has attack speed on it. But all in all, the only thing out of it is a potential continence. Hmm. So that can stay. That at least everything gets upgraded that's going to stay. Honestly, I might as well keep that one. But start solving these issues. By the way, start solving that issue. Hmm. Wait, quickly though. See, eventually I'm going to have to replace this amulet. This amulet is way overkill for what I have, but it's also really good too. That armor that I might be able to roll off. I not know how much of that is armor. Bear in mind, that's like 500 in my armor. About 1,000 plus. So yeah. So if I keep the God Slayer's crown, it means I'm gonna have at least one defensive, and I still have the rest. But then I still have to find a heavy mace, and then I have to find a heavy bludgeon. It sucks. RNG is not on my side. No, the rings. Let's see. They're good rings for what they do. They're all good rings. But bear in mind, when I got over to that track, it wasn't good. Basically. Halfway dying. But at least I got a sword. As I said, the only thing off about it is the other. Some really good aspects. You do have the ring. Shit. That's what happened to my necromancer. I didn't get any gear for the longest time. See, okay. This is a really good one, by the way. This was almost a 1-for-1. Right? That one is a really good one. Notice it's also attack speed as well. Attack speed is really good on this build. Might be better than vehement. Nah, I'm almost too brain fried to try to do. I'll roll this on my other. Oh yeah, by the way, so this is the Lord Eater gear, the original one. Right? The funny part about it is, on the barbarian, it looks very Ronin-esque. I want to say this, so the tooth comes from here, by the way. Tooth and the fist come from here. No. As I said, it's a very fondness. May have to eventually buy all of them. Eventually. A lot of stuff for Spiritborn, though. Doesn't translate over. This is usually only glaive. Half their weapons only don't do that. So I either need maces or something. Huh. But I can also make up a lot of armor in my bullet bow. But see, I need to replace those two secondary weapons and the big weapons. So this is on the replacement list, which anyways is there. That one and then that one. Despite everything. And I need gauntlets. Can I pull them? good though. It's not actually good. I mean, fortunately, I keep getting things that I needed. Trying to give all the right aspects, but you're not getting the other parts. Yeah. This is the issue. But yeah, Necro, I just gotta roll that. I'm feeling it. That is not as good gear as I was hoping for. Rare values on gear, but not good. Damn. It's weird. How am I fried after 4 hours? Well, I'm drained from something else later in the day. Earlier. But I might come back later for Expedition 33. But yeah, this is where I've been. Like, it's such the weirdest thing. You're like talking about trying to farm gear. So annoying. Like, even with a game with a fucked up RNG, sometimes you're still inherently going to get, like, something. You're gonna get something. It's a whole bullshit. Like, I mean, so I need that correctly. Actually, what is my CHC, by the way? It's 4? Yeah, that's definitely gonna be... That's gonna be a bigger boy weapon. Yeah, that's definitely a bigger boy weapon for the whole fucking game. For this character. Now... You can tell, really, right? The damage. Because losing the essence per second isn't the biggest deal. You know? Which it negates the purpose. I mean, you can say too that you can't get it back. You know? But that's okay. That title is gross, though. You see that title is absolutely gross. Really? I don't look a gimp horse in the mouth to say that one, now do I? Um,
Well done. That looks worn. I can fix it.
um, yeah, that was,
Never seen something finer.
like, perfect.
Of kingly make. Use it well.
It rolled max. Again, as I said,
Never saw something so fine.
it rolled max Titan. Or Titan's fall. Sorry. Yeah. Solves that one. Would not be surprised if I have more damage overall. And my crit rate's like 54%, but that's largely coming here. That helmet. Era Perdition is just so different of a helmet. So yeah, I'll need gloves eventually, right? So gloves rolled semi-low. There's no way to reroll them. Those have been there a while. But I need to replace this. Basically. Eventually. That's what my next group. That's on my to replace list. Basically. It's not a max rolled sword, but that will do. But as far as the rings go, I mean, they're good rings. But they all go to somewhere else. They're better rings for other builds or other characters. Like attack speed and that? I mean, shit. My fucking Spiritborn. Love you. Love those. For that purpose. They don't help me out. Out of all those caches, only a couple of usable items. Some happen, and at least I wind up with my sword. A better sword for this character. It's not ideal. It's going to work. It's going to work because I'm still stuck to that. And the idea... But yeah, the great gear search will still begin. Begins anew, actually, in cash farming. See, half these rings are good, but not for the purpose I need them for. But to be honest, bound caches, I didn't know those were bound caches. No, those were bound caches, actually. So that's where a lot of those necro bounds. What's funny is I wake up early, but I'm halfway dead in the middle of the day. But see, the problem is the curse of this character ultimately is I'm not getting some of this gear I've had for almost 4 days now. This rolled good. That one is still good with the cooldown. See, the only thing I can figure is just find a way. Like, this needs to be replaced. But it's still good. I need to re-roll that talent, by the way. But yeah. See, I'm good on two-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons I'm good on. I mean, one-handed. Two. Wait, I'm about to take a nap. No, it's going good, sort of. Finally got a weapon upgrade. Finally. Barbarian picks up new talents, which all for naught. I need gauntlets. The solution may be just to play on that character. But that build plotted out. I mean, I gotta get not the build plotted out as much as the other is. Gotta look and see if that one's the exact. That one's good. It's very tired. For some reason I'm just drained. Hell, about the time when I was out earlier today it happened. The weather, I tell you. Let me see. It's going definitely better. I mean, I'm at least doing damage. So, at least it gets me in the door. I mean, my overpower still sits ridiculous. See, like, my overpower is... it only says my overpower is that. Dropped, I don't know. It's 240%. Wonder. Did I drop my overpower? Wonder. Hope I didn't screw it up. Something with very high overpower. But as I said, normally I might take a nap and then come back and do Expedition 33 today. But that's a game if I started, I usually don't get off of it. Here I get off eventually when I start seeing the room start spinning or something. But I do know. But it's not going to be sold. At least my Spiritborn is getting a couple of rings. It can work. But I need to replace. I still need to replace this one. And I need to replace those. Those two. Probably need to replace this too. No, I can stay. I can replace thorns. Still good. And I gotta get this character's paragons up. But that's going to involve paragon farming when I don't feel like the ass end of shit. Basically. Bunch of things I already didn't need. So, I mean, basically, to give an idea, right, at least 2 amethysts now. Hold on. 2 amethysts. Can I make a topaz? Can I make a topaz? Wow, I can actually make 1 more topaz. I'm actually shocked. I can make another topaz finally. I am happy about that.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Now we're in business to a degree. I mean, if I sit out, I don't know, a basic area. Oh, you know what it is? health. Jesus. I mean, what are you talking? Damage? Hmm. Look how it bad looks like the one from the barbarian makes it look like the This grant, this is tier 3. Tier 3, that might be hell of a damn difference in sword, but it's, but then again, we're talking damage increase, not prone to the overpower. I mean, the sword is actually at least a decent upgrade. I mean, it's gonna help. I mean, the other talents are gonna 6-1, half a dozen the other. A long grind either. I believe I'm like 80 hours into this character, right? 80 plus. And the next thing you know, I'm still struggling on gear. Like, it's always, I mean, to struggle on gear thus late is usually bad sign or just bad RNG. I can't even buy my way. And the worst part is, you can't even buy your way out of it. You can't even buy it. Like, if you could buy your way out of a lot of these, I mean, because the prices on gear is far too expensive. So, there's too many damn mages this season. But that is good for what it is. I mean, the barbarian is still gonna need work. But I had a feeling I was gonna get screwed by the gear, though. Now, the bigger problem here is going to be solving that. Finding a better ring. It's probably the only weaknesses in this build. Next to the Paragon situation. And to solve the Paragon situation, I just need a Paragon farm. Paragon farm involves doing a lot of pits. So yeah, not good. Anyways, I'm about to fall. I could fall asleep right now, take a nap, but I'm going to have to go do that. It's not even just because I'm old, it's just Jesus. And see, this is the big thing right now, right? See, people complain about the battle pass because to get the wings, you have to have the premium. Right now, this is the berserk. To be fair. See, this is the other one. It's again the special. I mean, it's okay. Like, it's not the worst. Like, I'm gonna take it for what it is. That's like the special helmet, I guess, on the back. But what's funny is the armor is, Daylight. Oh yeah, the armor. That is expensive as fuck, actually. So the armor itself, right? So this is the berserk. Actually, pet looks kind of cool, by the way. Pet looks creepy, but good. The pet, I don't know. I may have to break down and buy the pet next month. But, see, here's the thing about the armor. The armor does not look good. So this is armor for the warrior, right? It just looks duller than shit. See, it looks better under the right shader, but the armor doesn't. There's something about the armor, like, faithful to the thing, but does not look good. Skull Knight, by the way. Actually, I just wish this wasn't so ornate. But, in a way, it's actually kind of cool. It's the Necromancer one. But what's weird is it's full plate. See, but texture-wise, it looks a lot better. Hmm. But see, the thing about texture-wise, okay, so you get the weird one, okay, the white horse. That's a pretty horse to a degree. Oh, so this is the rogue equipment. See, this has the shiny plate armor problem. Yeah, there's something about the aesthetics on half of this. Like, the Necro is passable, right? Think about the Necro. The Necro is passable, right? That's just because of the nature of it. Because the Necro is just... Actually, I hate to say this. This is full plate armor. Now, I'd say the Guts armor. But then again, people are really complaining about this one because all these armors are like $150 for like the collab of it, or at least like $100. Like, I could see this armor aging well, but I could also see this armor aging like shit, just because the fact that the way it's textured. Because the way it's textured, it's kind of that's what I mean. See, the way it's textured is the way it's potentially bad. Because this game does not do texturing well. By that, wow, so they got a rose. The rare armor, by the way. This armor's not really in the store much. It's kind of interesting. This whole series of armors is interesting in that one. But yeah, that's the Berserk armor. Berserk armor. See, when you look at like plate armor, you look at how something works. Let's see, find an example. Like, that's okay. That's what? Segmented plate. See, like, if you look kind of like this. What is that? That's a duller textured segmented plate. See, it's almost as bright as that. So when you're dealing with armor that is either bright or chrome, it's gonna color like dog shit. You know what I mean? It's got color really bad. Because if an armor is that bright, that's because of the color system. Unless you're just using the armor for its base. If you're using the armor for its base, because I can tell you right now, the textures look better now than they did with the other day, but only from the perspective that it's just, it's something you'll notice if you... It's like Destiny 2 had an issue with chromatic armor. I mean, it's a cool concept, don't get me wrong. Some of these armors do not color well. Like, if they're full plate, and they're already shiny, like, all armor that is naturally detent, like, close to like this, doesn't get better. Like I said, it's a lot of things. It's kind of disappointing in a way. Because it's very disappointing. Because the armor, like... Because it's very similar to... That's like plate armor. Right. It's plate armor, but that is flat knight plate. There's very few, I think, flat knight plates in this game. Let me see. Kind of like this. Like, that's flat knight plate. There's, like, only a few. And they're not on this character. Like, something that's like a flat knight look. Maybe not like this. Like, you look at it. There's a helmet, though. Oh, it's somewhere around here. There's a helmet. When the fuck did I get that? No, but there's a helmet, though. Looks like flat. It might just be. Because when you start looking at stuff, it's like flat plate and chain. Chain is going to have very different looks. So a lot of those prestiges, the prestige armors, they're going to basically, you're paying for the set to be able to color or not to color. Because you can color this set pretty well. Like, this set can be colored well. But the chain armor, if it's the flatter the color, let's see what happens on this one. Like, when you look at this armor, like, this is in about... So they had the other two. So, Flesh Dancer and the other one was the... So, Flesh Dancer... So, Lord Eater was first. That's the one I have on my barbarian. Then they did Flesh Dancer. They did the one for the rogue. Then they just did the one on the druid. So, hypothetically, if you're trying to color it, you can tell where the color is going to go. Like, this armor colors superbly well. Which is highly unusual. Like, this armor will just be very good for that. Like, this armor colors perfect. Now, the first one, the one that's on my barbarian, because of the cloth and the older texture, that's a good sign. Because of the way it's done slightly different. It's also because of the cloth on it. That is the only issue with those berserk armors that bother me. It's a flat knight plate that you would have to resist the urge to ever change it by the color palette. Which is not, it's strange, but like I said, it looks you can make an armor look good. But the problem is but the big thing people have been complaining about is these. So, like, okay, so this is the rogue here. Oh, not the great conductor. Go back. There you go. So this is the rogue version, which was part of the second version of the. So this was part. I think this one was the second one of the Lord Eater armor. Now we have no. Do we? I think we have them all now. Like you can get your sword and your dagger right. Basically. Which is kind of interesting. This is the druid. So what do we have? I think we have all of them now. Yeah, we don't have the sork yet. So it's the one-handed. What is that? So it's the. So it has the Ronin look. It has a noble samurai look. See, they did really well with it. Like that texture style does pretty well. Like the only thing we're missing now is actually the sork one. So you have that one, that one. This is the flesh dancer. The flesh dancer, right? Eh. Too busy, sometimes spiky, but it can work. See, all in all, it doesn't offer any weapons for the set, though. Just offers a different tattoo, really. So like the Hungry Devil has the other one. But these I feel are very good price because of what you get out of them. I saw somebody with this in game. Doesn't look like Ball. Looks like basically a very demonic version of Shiva. By the way. But as I say, yeah, like this, I worry about the textures. Like, this I feel isn't gonna age well. Like, it looks very, very bland. Like, this might age slightly better. But, like, as far as that, no. There's something about it. It might be able to color well, but you'll play with it. I mean, hell, I kind of like this. That's because this is a gray. See, technically, people are pissed off about the armor, the look of the armors, some of them. But I think it's the details, though. So, again, I probably would buy that one if it was going to be limited. But the pet, though, it's creepy enough. Right? The pet is creepy enough. You know? 100%. But this is the big one right now. So, but as I said, you're not planning on coloring it, all in all, they look good. This actually might color well, though. But this is actually a very like, that's actually a closer to a very good unique armor. Like, Necro in full plate. Like, I think I saw someone who had that in game. I know I've seen one. Like, just under warriors, though. This is under the barbarian. So, it's just, honestly, when you get in game and you look at it, like, it just doesn't. There's something about it when you see it in game, it just doesn't look right. I saw like a guy with that next to me once, doing an event, and I'm like, just didn't. I was like, I've seen some of these skins in game. But like when you're talking about difference when we play, you see it. Like this is what it looks like. Unless you zoom in. And it doesn't stand out. But compared to the other textures, it didn't look good. That is the armor. I mean, but people are not happy about that armor because, let's assume. Let's just assume. You choose potentially this. Right? I would say hypothetically you could apply that armor. People are not happy about the cost of it. Like 28, 28, 28, 28. The whole thing is like $100+. Like this armor, these armor sets are like $100. It's like $150. I shit you not. So what is that? That's... yeah. If you want to talk about monetization in this game, you can look at these. But see, some of these that are full, like, when they're a full set, I think they're more worth it. Now, this is just me. Because when I go back to, like, let's say an armor that's... okay, so a lot of the Spiritborn, right? Some of the Spiritborn, so to speak. Like, this is a different one. It's different. You're paying for 5 pieces of armor plus a tattoo plus 2 weapons. So, roughly, it's a better deal. Some sets that aren't the, I would say, prestige sets, they're really dull. Like a set like this, it's a prime example, you can find in-game. And they look better. But stuff like this, I don't know. Barbarians have this weird one. But like this is a Necro. Very, very busy, very unique. These are special skins. Very unique. There's nothing like it. and you're never gonna find it. But you're paying like 2,500, which you're paying $20 for. I mean, I've had my eye on this skin for a good while, but bear in mind, I think the only other collab I wanted to buy was the Lich King, mainly for the sword. But the Lich King crossover also had issues. See, by the way, that's the Spiritborn. But see, the reason why I said this looks like a Shiva, I've actually seen this in-game next to me. It looked like a flesh eater, it looked like one of what they call that? Not the skull takers of corn. It's the little cornate demons that fight stuff. The little ones. From a distance, that's what it looks like. I'm blanking the name right now, but I know what they look like. It looks like that more. Like, it's one of those weapons where you're paying for, like, that's potentially overpriced. But something to a degree, if it's special, a lot more work goes into these, and they look pretty well. Pets are actually 2,500. Most of all the pets are all 2,500 plus. I've never defended the monetization in this game. Like, the monetization on stuff, a pet should not be this expensive. Like, pets in this game are god awful. Like, if anything, this is where a lot of stuff is. Like, the really good skins are all 2,700. I mean, arguably, I've just never seen a reason to buy these. These are unique to Spiritborn. It's like one of the first skins to come out. Here. It's like one of the first ones. Really?
Powerful calling.
That looks weird for the person. I did not know that was a mount. Ew. How do you go from red to white? Most of these are all red. And that's going to be something to consider down the line. No, but a lot of these skins, as I said, they're all like $25. Pets are 25. But the only things I see worth getting, a couple of them. Hell, that's what I'd almost play Druid with this. One. But the only thing that stops me ever from playing a Druid is absolutely I don't like the skills. The playstyle for Druid, it's interesting, but I just don't like it. But the main thing I can't get over is the aesthetic. I cannot get over a Druid. Druids are all fat, obese people. I don't like it. Now, I do like that pet, though. Actually, I like that pet. That pet is absolutely creepily good. That pet absolutely is creepy enough that... Actually, that's adorable like the goat is. But the goat I said is the same price. The goat's like $25. He's occasionally in the store, but... See, here's the problem with druids. Druids all have this inherent issue. Is druids you cannot change, right? When you see a druid, druids are all fat people. So no matter you get the druid aesthetic, yeah, stops me from playing it right then and there. That's just the problem. Sorks. The problem in investing in sorks is sorks are very highly abused. See, like when you go look at their cheap armor, it's like their cheap armor, right? Cheap armor is a lot plainer. Like they want about 10? About $9 for that? It's about $10. Prestige armor is 2,800. But yeah, a lot of this shit is very heavily modified. This game has some very weird monetization. And it gets very bad. Like some of the skin prices are right up there. But a lot of these are utterly unique. Most of them. But as I said. Still gets me. That is supposed to be the mount for... That is the mount for Lord Eater. I don't know how I feel about that. Because almost all the Lord Eater looks very similar. Because try to find a mount for this. Like you're talking a mount for this, and the closest I have found that matches it is the horse. But they're gonna go around and say a little white lion is actually the ideal. Yeah, no. But yeah, no, the Beliel events is actually what we've been farming. Now, see, the other thing that I'm seeing in this season as well is people don't like to change to this pass. So the changes to this pass, right? I earned all of this in about 4 days. Just doing events and farming. There's no uniqueness outside of it. Now, the downside to this season is cinders. All your cinders or your ashes, call them cinders, are locked behind bad tiers. Abortion of hatred's embrace. Gotta find that one. These are all locked. The cinders are the smoldering ashes are all locked behind bigger stuff. Because half your cinders are not locked here. 2 of your cinders are locked here. But the others, they're all locked here. The reason why I have all but one of the cinders tire all the smoldering ashes unlocked is because they're locked behind. Which I know I'm not going to get Loot Master because Loot Master is bugged. Plus they unbugged it. Bloodstained Horde is easy to get. But yeah. Biggest complaints I have about the season is the hardness towards the end. But the same rate, half our cinders are all tied. All the ashes, while good, are tied to here. That's a problem. That's actually why I'm getting burnt out. Because I needed this at here before I did any farming in pits. Because this guarantees an additional glyph. Which basically is what's going to get us up there. So, again, this season's been weird. Like, yeah, see, I've seen a person with this before. But as far as stuff goes, it's a good season. Except everything is in-game we need is shoved towards the end. And as I sit pretty much in that line, it's just tier 4 is just pure hell. Like, tier 4 is tanky. Like, it doesn't feel like we do enough damage. So actually, why I drop my... So, like, if I drop my tier, like, you would think that I could live up there with the way it is. Because here's like one of the bigger issues, right? It's like that is one blood wave. Consistent? No. This is tanks. Every one of them. Imagine you're not using a over like tuned blood wave or blood build like any part of your build. It's just whatever the build is. It's pretty bad. You see this in Pit a lot too. Like you'll see this often when you get towards the higher pits. And it's not the other parts. Like an overpower will basically kill them. But all in all, no, they're way too... They're way, way too tanky. That's a result of basically overtuning. Everything in tier 4 is just cooked or overtuned, either one. It's never one or the other. That's where I was playing for like a couple of days, trying to get gear. It's fun when you have friends and friends that can help you out. Without it, you're just beating on sponges. But if I drop it down to 3, there's a radical difference. Because there is a very big difference between tier 3 and tier 4. Bosses are different. Everything else. There's a couple of other mechanics. But, anyways, I will let people go. It sounds like it's weird. I'll probably be playing this, but yeah, I need to get that out of the way because the Berserk anime stuff is why I think the server lag's pretty bad. Because everyone's trying to find the Bethel event. We have like 2 months to do that. But yeah. But yeah. But tier 4. Now I don't expect them to patch it or do anything. Basically, I have already like some of the top weapons you can get. And I have stuff, it's eating 2 million. It's eating basically millions of damage. It's pretty bad. And the only thing I can actually do now is do this. This is my next step. All of this. Those. But yeah. I will let people go. But that is my next major project, though. Because if I cannot get the gear that I need, I'm going to have to go to that. But as I said, I'm getting close to what was tier 1. 100. And that is surviving and actually getting to the end is a separate story. So bear in mind that the scaling that is happening in 40 is bad. It's almost worth it to go down to 3. Farm in 3. So I don't have to deal with it. But I can still get gear. Now, because of the time to kill, but at least the thankful part is these don't change, right? It's just the XP gained, so to speak. It's just the XP change. But the whisper system is actually really good. Digress. But yeah, no, because some of the biggest complaints I've seen this season is the monetization. The changes to the battle pass are fine. It's all earnable. There's no premium battle pass. Except for the one you buy that gives you the wings. Which, I'm not defending that. I think that's bullshit. But then again, I don't like my character to have wings. But I feel the wings are associated with that set more than anything else. But yeah, other than that, what I have been doing is going down to like a manageable tier and just farming all of these. Going in and then getting the caches. Storing them away. That's what I see. Then again, I've been doing this since last Tuesday. This character, for the most part, has had very little downtime, and this has been just playing back to back. And I'm going to have to do this at least on one other character. And it's one of the top builds, basically. But bear in mind, I'm able to squeak out damage, but I'm still struggling. I've messed with witch powers. I've done it. I've settled with the ones. Like a couple. But yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I'll probably, either if I don't do it tonight, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll at least finish out Expedition 33. And then KCD 2, I got 4 missions left. It's really like one mission, but it's really long. Like 3 missions. Side quest optional thing. Because I'm already done with over half the game. Yeah, but once those are both done, I'm gonna have. But yeah, no, there's a reason why I got out of tier 4. It's better now, slightly, but not much better. Anyways, there is a reason why I'm not a huge fan. Like, right now, as a person who's actually played this game for quite some time, bosses are a nightmare. Hell, I don't even think I could. I can kill Varshan. I know I can kill Varshan. Right. Some bosses are worse than others when it comes to things. Now the major bosses, oh fuck no, I would not try that. These are the layer bosses. Like, these are the layer bosses just to... Look, these are the basic ads, right? That have that much health. You're not even to the ones. Like, here's the thing. Like, Varshan, not the worst. That, even if you take into account the double wave that hits him, and that's assuming I don't get poisoned, by the way, and that's a full charge, for the record. At tier 4, there's additional bullshit. That additional, like, 35% he gets. Yeah, that is a beefy little thing. Jesus. One thing I'm not a huge fan of is the invul. Like, you're talking... half of these bosses are armed with one-hit mechanics. I've beaten before. It's just shit. It's like bullshit. Yeah, you're talking stuff that's taking, like... You're literally talking stuff that's taking... Here. But not like tier 4. Like, some of these bosses are just... like, they're meant to be farmed together with you. BOT ain't gonna do shit to him. What is that? 3? That's literally a whole ass blood wave. Problem is all these orbs, and I do not like him phased. You know, honestly, what keeps me alive more often than not? Yeah, no. This is partly why, but I've said Varshan is the easiest of them. Like that, well, if I go down to tier 3, as soon as he is summoned, he is dead. Practically. Zir is... Like, Zir is like a one-shot. Yeah, that poison of his... There is nothing that should survive that. There is literally nothing that should. And there is, and the thing is, they capped our, they actually capped our things. So they capped our... Yeah, and I can only fire this off after it goes. Of course you have yours. Not the move that fucks me up. Because there is especially, they gave these all... Honestly gonna... These 4 blood waves against this bastard. 4. 4 full empowered blood waves. To murder. That's what it takes. That's with multipliers. That is with them. See, someone tell me that scaling isn't fucked at this level. You know. Away. Quite honest. I've yet. There's a reason you only see certain builds at this level. And it's not about... Basically, that's capped. Now, I could have a slightly better Kissimmee. You know, it's like 2,300 with capping. But a lot of mechanics literally just do not allow you to do it. Again, like, I'm at the point where... Let's see, 200... It's like there's a sender hidden behind here. See, the other thing is I said these, the ring caches, right? See the ring caches? These take 100,000 fragments. Here and here. To give you this one. This is the problem, right? I have it. The question is, where is it? In a lot of these, they don't tell you where to find it. And they don't tell you the bosses you're gonna run into. I mean, the fact alone, I haven't seen them. But, like, if you go into the open world around here, mark my words, you ain't gonna run into them. I mean, for the most part. For the most part, Tier 4 is dead. Like I say, like, for the most part, that is how dead this is. So it went from there at 50% of the player base to basically, I say 10% could clear this. You know, as long as I'm not having to do something different, I mean... Forgive the mulching power that is the execution power that is. That's the... Doesn't work on bosses as much. Even the little ones, you gotta understand, even the little ones are tanky. Yeah, everything. This is tier 4, though. Like, that extra, like, even 30% of stuff, like, they have? Oh, good God, that is a nightmare. If I go down a tier? No. Your only chance even to quote-unquote smash the hell out of the eggs is in turn the, like, if. No, trust me, I was up here, what, day 4? 3? Day 4-ish? Oh, all in all, these things have like 1,000,000 HP. Damn near guarantee you. They're taking a stab from my boss power. Like a stab from my boss power is 12 million. How much? Yeah, I had to switch my power, one of the powers I use, so that's the outlaw. Oh yes, the other bullshit overpowered thing is earthquake. Obviously. Rick. Jesus. Horrible. Look, the time. I'm pretty sure, because about, if you think last season, it was, everything's gotten either about 200% stronger. Arguably, I put it's one super class carrying another. That's why, like, there's only, like, 3 builds. You have Bloodwave Necro, you have Earthquakes. Like this. This is where I want to get my Barbarian to. But This is more HotA barbarian. But yeah, no. This is scaling that I can fight up here. It's tiring as all get out. And it drains me. It drains me body and soul after, like, just a bit. Like, it's beyond the realm of if 55s, right, were like if 55s are now what 75s are. I don't even want to see 70. Does that mean 70s or 100? Ish. I mean, it basically means 70s or 100. Even a lot of the basics ones have so much health, it's not even funny. Low ends have health. And there's something, I want to say it's an additional modifier that they get being around here. Like, these are the babies compared to the elites. But you gotta understand, those are the babies compared to the actual elites. The elites have 30 to 35%. Like, I think everything at this level is over 2. Now, if you're trying to make... I've often said if you're going to make the player suffer, this isn't the way to do it. So you're going to tell me that a way... Like, I think I am joking when these things just take my blood wave and say, Daddy, have fun. Yes, this is the tier 4. Then you have the other parts. They just blow up. The average ones will sometimes just blow up. They say, Bleed, may I have more? You gotta understand. This is the kind of, like, if rewards outrate... Just to give it a little bit of time, the tiredness, the weak spell wears off. I guess after so long. No one cares about Banished Lord Talisman. The thing I did with Blood Wave, right, is I just added abilities, because it was already pretty much all shadow. And I just magnified it. Because the issue a lot with tier 4 is everything's just beefy. Well, we're not even 2, you're talking not even the Andurial. I mean, the Andurial has more issues. So, like, being Varshan, and also at every tier, the bosses have more of a bullshit move. Zero at 4? Mm-mm-mm. Mm. See, some builds, right? That's why if I want to just quick farm, I drop it down a tier and take a little bit of the finding penalty just so I can actually get stuff done. If you take a little bit of that, not much of a difference. Honestly, it's that Barshawn power that's been really good to me. Thing is, that's a also a what is it? Corrupting power. So yep. Imagine if you're not hitting these enemies with like overpowered moves, what you're doing. That's suppression, you know. But not a lot of suppression enemies this season. A lot of the other ones, yes. So what I've been doing a lot of times is I wake up, do some grinding, do that. By the time I stream this, I'm already done 5 6 hours of it. That's just because of reasons. It's like playing it on stream is different. I mean, I get the leveling upstream, and then I did the other farming. Some stuff just dies. There's other things that just die and explode and like pop like that. Like the layer bosses. What is it? Shmi going to. But yeah. No, no. Imagine trying to do tier 4 without optimization. Now, if I had my paragons higher, probably. Huh. Now you can look at the builds that are running around up here. I'm pretty sure they're not minions, or they are just the heavily one-shot builds. But if you hear a yawn, I'm a little bit tired, drained. I don't know. Hopefully these days start getting subtly better, because, dear God, this is getting bad. Some days. But I do have stuff I have to finish up this month, though. But as we understand, because that's why when I say, like, 40,000 attack power, right? Okay. That is higher than anything. That should just blow up anything and everything. No ifs or buts, right? 40,000 attack power minus everything. Stuff shouldn't survive. Unless it's like Enduria or some sort of major boss. Major boss. not a sub boss, but that happens apparently, and that's not counting the multipliers. That's not counting the flat damage, the darkness damage, the corrupting damage. Again, I mean, multiple explosions, as I said, they can just live under, which is near a million a tick. Or Blight does. I mean, Blight does well. But as I said, there's a period. Thought effects start hitting and falling off around the end of 3. Anyways, explanation, yes. As I said, this does work. It's just there isn't. I mean, if Bloodwave is struggling, everything is struggling. So, Earthquake barbarians kinda can do that, but they have their own. Left their own devices, they die pretty quick too. But yes, I'm gonna have to take a rest and probably down my nose. Probably stream something different. Like, I don't mind this game, but man, is it just when you hit a wall, you hit a wall. You hope you can claw your way out. And right now, that wall for me is a paragon, and at least I picked up, the only thing I picked up today in 4 hours is this. So, again, stupid. Dumb. It is really. I cannot say enough. We got punished because Redditors bitched. The top 1% on YouTube decided to bitch about the game, I swear. Not the effort it takes to get here. Right? Because if you look at the playtime on my character, that is 87 hours. 87 hours minus, let's give or take, a fourth of that time. Where I'll jam shit for 40 plus minutes, not move, get up for about 10 to 15 minutes and out. Then go back, smacking shit back to back to back to back. Now, to show you something too. Maybe deleted the character, I think. Maybe deleted the character. Or I kept it. Want to show you an idea. Right? This was last season. This was last season. Character. Oh, we're gonna delete this character, and I guess I never did. Just so you have an idea. This was Bloodwave Necro. This was my Bloodwave Necro last season. Right? 121 hours. So 121 hours. And probably go find the gear in this mess somewhere that I used. Okay. One of these Harley Quinns, like one of these. A 3-star, at least a 3-star Kissimmee. Basically every one of these that you see was so if you take a character that 121 hours on a character, and I'm at 87 hours on that character. Oh, I'm missing one of the Gossimmies. We're talking last, I would say rough, like, but that's 121 hours on this one. And I maxed out all of her. I think the only reason I got rid of her, I haven't gotten rid of her, is because all of her glyphs are maxed. But yeah, then if I go to my other one, which is a prior, that is how much time I've put. Now, my other one, which is the prior to this, I would assume is the same amount of time, but different. That's what's scary. What is scary is if you look in just the time investment from last season. But yeah, this is basically my stuff at Eternal. See, Field of Crimson is what I used on my other one. if you're talking Kissimmee, I can only imagine. Like, how much health would you think I had? Which you should consider. Hmm. But yeah, no. Like, this is what you have to be to, like, exist in, like, to exist in tier 4 last season, as an example, this is the amount of work you had to put in. Now, did I just like multiple seasons of stuff, but arguably say this is all multiple seasons of like this is like wreckage of arguably close to basically seasons, but so like Shroud of False Death, right? So let's say you're at like 20,000. Obviously, something is up. And I'm at 80. And what bothers me is I'm at 87 hours. Okay. I'm at 87. I am at 87 hours. And this. Like. I don't know which one was which. I'm assuming. Oh, you see, this one came up there. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you that this one came off that one. That one came off my other one. What Kissimmee was this? This is the Kissimmee 3. Yeah, this was the Kissimmee that came off the other one. But yeah, no. To say that I don't know my stuff is like, would be absolutely insane. Basically. So what happens is after every season, I usually come over here and do this. like not even about money at this. It's just a lot of it's the time.
Fashion this into something exquisite. Here you are. Beware the envious, my friend.
Oh yeah, I think she had pain gorgers. It's like, why didn't I delete her though? And now you see the reason I didn't delete her is she's actually the one that I actually had all. Yes, yep. All my glyphs are 200. Almost every one of them. But yeah, she had a total of 121 hours last season. 121. And I'm already there. That's what should scare people. And if you see some of my gear from last season, these things just don't pop out of anywhere. Like, I have multiple Harley Quinns, and this is just what I haven't cleaned up from last season. Or what was tied to multiple characters. Like, this came off my other barbarian that I got rid of the prior one to her. Like, these things. This all came off my other characters. I was actually just curious. Because the fact alone, if I'm at 121 hours, like what, 3,500 intelligence ish? Right? 3,500? But then again, that's probably it's a max roll the amulet. So, pretty sure if I go through and I can find the rings that were on my other ones. Because this is what's utterly scary. In the time, and see if I go over, right? If I go over to the other. So, go over. My current Necros, it's at 87 hours. Now, I have a feeling that my prior one, let me see. I would know if this one is the first character I had. That's the first character I had. So, let's assume one of the prior seasons. Never. Yeah. So, that is 142. 142 out. Too bad I've seen my other characters before I deleted them. But you didn't see their gear. Their gear is no slouch. This wasn't the big one. This wasn't the forefather. This is what you need for the how you did the other. Why I haven't deleted this one? Because I'm waiting for the other one to come over here. Like all of this, I want to duplicate. I usually duplicate these things. But yeah, 142 hours. The other one's 110. Was 100 and that's 20, 21, something like that. You're telling me that she's already, if she's already over halfway there, and she's not as powerful. Like, I can tell you just the strength and gear that I was finding last season. Like, this is just the shit from last season. When we started farming mythics. This is not the ones that I deleted. The ones I deleted just because they were redundant from seasons past. So from the season past, no. Like, you can tell the stuff that was used. Like, that's the big deal. You see all these? All of this was the stuff used. But yeah, show that one. That's why if I seem pissed off in the time, yeah. It's ridiculous, by the way. So I'm not going to even go into it on the centipede, everything else. That's from last season. Those are from last season. So something is up with the game. The loot tables were different. And you could find stuff better. But if, and I say if, my main character is sitting at 87 and still remotely struggling. So, because last season, my first character was Practicado. That one. I got rid of the prior one. But yeah, nah. I'll have to see about it. I'm gonna have to probably pace myself though, because obviously, see, I'm gonna have to be using that one. So yeah, see, this looks out of place without the wings. Meme. Let me see. Let me go back, by the way. Oh, I did delete that one. Oh, I probably did have another. Oh yeah, I didn't like the look of that character. I did not like the look of that one. It's also I spelled her name wrong. I was like, no. So yeah, like you're just talking characters. Like my prior character, and I probably want to say my other character that I based her stuff on was 100+ hours last season. Largely between those three. Largely between the predecessor to that one, Vampirella, and then the other. But you're talking that I am struggling now. I mean, you can look at, you can see the remnant of the gear. That's the remnants of a lot of that gear. The loot drops were better last season. Not because of the witch zones, because of everything. Because the loot drops last season, right? Compare them. The RNG wasn't as fickle. Like, when you look at like certain stuff, like this is just the stuff that I hadn't used. It's stuff, yeah, I went through a bunch of loot to get to it. Correct. But some of this stuff, by far, was a lot better. Maybe not those. That was the one for the prior season, though. I gotta be careful. I had a 4-star rod that I need to not ever get rid of. Honestly, I had a 4-star rod I should just straight never get rid of. Because, yeah, it's more of the rare value. Some of this stuff, I mean, I guess if it's here, it didn't come off a character. was dropped. Like my friend got that last season. But yeah, no. What astonishes me, right? I have to go back and look, but gear was either cheaper slash whatever. This was the basic gear, not the legendary, not the other ones. I remember chiding operator about some of the stuff. Like I was chiding him about it. But yeah, no. If these characters roughly sit at about but yes. But no. But like when I say scaling is off, yes. Because I got to 285 last season. 285. To 130. I roughly tapped out. At least I got it on this character right there. I think it was my other one that got to one. My other one got to. But it was a hell of a struggle. Basically, right? The difference between this one and my is but yeah. But I got to 285. But I did three. I did at least one. No, I got a 150 prior season. On last season. But then I ain't touched the game for almost 2 months. So yeah. And somehow they want to pity give us whatever. There is so much to say from this season to last season. And you can look. This is the loot that I have left over from last season. I haven't even brought up the focus issue. I've said it in my streams on this season. Focus is a rare. So yeah. So eventually I had to go through all of this, move this over. But I won't do that on streams though. The problem with season 8 is there's such a drastic change between the two. That's how much of the change there is. Because they'll notice the similarities between the two. But yeah, no. Because some of this is just hodgepodge mix all the gear that I took apart. But she was one of the main ones I used last season. But she was straight Bloodwave. And if you notice in her powers, without the powers, right? She's 5'12". Probably I had something that had armor on it. Forget what though. Roughly really similar to what I had. She had armor though. But yeah. But yeah, I'm already at 87 hours, and my other ones I was at 121. So, anyways, yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but I need to get this cleaned up eventually over here. Boo. I'm not. You're talking. I'm at. Well, bear in mind, to get this kind of a build, you did have to churn through a lot of loot. Basically. Wasn't just like a life loot, because you need like either intelligence, you need that from last season, the core. Obviously, right? That's how it works. But all in all, right? Something is off this season. I can't just put my finger on it, and I can kind of tell it's in the loot. I can tell it's in the actual loot. I can tell it's in the gameplay because I sit at like honestly that I have to sit where like it's not like, oh, you get lucky and you get this stuff. Nah, a lot of this stuff you had to farm. There was nothing to it. So. And then somehow, right? In some apparent how, I have almost the time minus about 40 hours total. And my character is not that powerful. Yeah, so pardon me if I get burnt out of this game at some point this season just because bullshit. Right? Bear in mind if I get burnt out. Because that, to me, is kind of bullshit. Unfortunately, a lot of my characters I played last season, like her, the version of her is played. The other version, which was Death Dragon, which I did last season, had 100 and something plus hours. And achievement. And you're telling me that it doesn't work? And that is a problem. But take rest into that. But at least you see the difference between last season and this season. And you can still see the remnants of the gear. The remnants of the gear are still. I mean, even though this reads like a wreckage of. This reads like, honestly, a wreckage of seasons past. This all does. There's only, what, 6 tabs? You know. It's a wreckage of seasons past. Like that. Evan Piercer was on my last season. Graze the Dead God right there came from the season prior on my double centipede one. But I feel though the loot, just the loot tables, you can start to see the difference. Yeah, no. But here's the thing. A lot of this here is quite looking over this and pondering. Which wound drinker that came from. Some of this is just. Some of this is seasons past, like loot, or the. Well, that or the Vessel of Hatred season. But see, here's the crazy thing, by the way. The craziest thing is, and it's the weirdest of all, why would you change the loot table that much? Now, I will admit, to get some of the gear I needed for this character, either of the characters, was a lot. But yeah, see, eventually gotta get this stuff cleaned up. Because you don't even want to know how much of obducite's tied up in this. Like, how much obducite you see just what's tied up in this season for me? How much do you think is tied up in these? But yeah. No, but some of this is past gear, some of this came off another character. Like, I can kind of tell which characters it came off of just by the attachments. So. But yeah. Ugh, but it frustrates me when I sit here and I look at this. Like, if I look at what's the season, what past seasons we had, and then what we get now. It's ridiculous, by the way. You know, it's... A lot of this is just... You know, you probably take... But yeah, cleaning all of this mess up is going to take a task. So. I don't think I ever really play over here is the thing. There's like a couple of times, but not really anything serious, if ever. Because I don't honestly play, like, once a character goes to Eternal, they kind of stay here. But it's a good measurement. Honestly, it's a good measurement to, it's a really, really just one of those measurements. To, yeah, it's a, because if we are supposed to have that's a problem. Look. Listen, I have to reorganize this someday. But see, that's one thing. I just have to look and reorganize that. Just the quality of some of the loot. So much. And the fact alone, you could, like, this wasn't even the main character. Basically. This wasn't even my main one. So, yeah. But I do have to get off, and I don't know. Let's say I'd be live tomorrow, but I'll be live tomorrow, but Multi wants to do a react stream too. So I don't know. It's either going to be later or on time or go a day after. Depends how dead I am in the afternoon. Like, if this keeps up every week, I can't even imagine. So, but yes, thank you for joining. It's sad as I said. Ugh. See, I don't know. I gotta figure out that solution to. Because my first character last season was the Spirit. Spiritborn bricked about. It became a struggle. Then I went to Bloodwave Necro, and I had an easier time. And Bloodwave Necro so far served me well. So I keep a couple of past characters. Like, the only reason I didn't get rid of this character is because of the Paragons. That's it. I was playing so much and leveling, I did this. Like, literally. I literally maxed out her basically shit. Every bit of it. Because I was power leveling people that much. So, take your pick. But the difference between this one and the Shadow one, which this is the blunt version, basically. This is the blunt force version. Then I adjusted the version. Because let me see. It's the ones I have equipped, right? Amplify, Blood Drinker, Corporeal. You know, similar. Then maybe I changed them around. This character had about 121 hours. So if my prior, which was one of my mains, had 142, but he didn't really struggle as much. But there was the period. Forget though, he might have been from the prior season. Well, but then I either settled Necro. No, I don't think so. My other one didn't get that far. So then I settled this character. And then I settled with remade the other one, the Shadow. Because I moved them up. Now, before there's the whole armories. I took advantage. So, now the thing about this is, why does a character that is roughly this powerful struggle from the seasonal that is now? Because if you look at the terms of the power, maybe take like 50 points or 60 points off the Paragon, that doesn't change. Because 60 points on the Paragon doesn't change. Now, does gear change because I have the mythics? Yes. Mythics make a tinge bit of a difference. See if I understand. Mythics make a better difference. Because semis might be different. Right. So let's say Kissimmee are different. Or these are different. Because these are RNG rolls. Because these are RNG rolls. Because I didn't hit max on this last season. This season. But I did this character. I want to say that my codex entitled it both. But I hit a max of that. I want to say. Without looking at it. What I could do last season versus this season. I don't even know. Honestly, it's partly crazy in a way. Yes, the internal, by the way, is where the people hang out who don't play seasonal. Obviously. Mostly they're just the people who don't like to lose their characters or change their characters every season. But anyways. Yeah, but just to show, this is my character from last season. I'm more annoyed the fact that I look at this and I try to duplicate it. The only thing is I can't duplicate well, right? Do you even want to know how much times I had to? Yeah, there were times I couldn't get shit. I would just love to see some stuff by seasons in the you know? Take the stuff that I earned in the prior season and just let me see it. Because last season, of course, we had um basically a lot of stuff. I mean, but granted, what you see here is just the culmination of a shit ton of mats from like 8 seasons. But yeah. And then they pity gave everyone 300. I shit you not. Right. That's what they did. Yeah, it's a lot of fragments. by the way. It's a shit ton of fragments. Don't even want to know how many. I don't think a lot of those fragments came from. Honestly, I think a lot of those fragments came from. See which season? Like, Season of the Witch, you needed a lot of fragments. That was the big deal for that. Because that's what you needed for witch gems. Surely you could tell my shit from last season.
You lose a little mass to dust. Fashion this into something exquisite. Here you are. Fashion this into something exquisite. Beware the envious, my friend.
As I said, do a little bit of cleanup over here that I'm gonna have to do anyways. And I'm just gonna have to find a way. I may have to come revisit over here, but there's no way I could just duplicate this level of power, though. I'm just gonna have to work within the season. Can is that? See, I'm gonna have to work within the season over there. If you know what I mean. I'm gonna have to literally work within that. Because a lot of the gear you see here, which is roughly similar, right? That I have to duplicate over there. But that's near impossible as a 1-for-1. Even a 1-for-2 or a 1-for-3. Yeah, but that just shows. For this character last season to have 121 hours, and then one of the others, but I think I got to like 85 hours on my Spiritborn, Quetzalcoatl II. My first one had 142 hours prior, but for that one. But then everything else was either on Shadow Necro or on this one. And this is the one that I had to do the power level. And plus here, right, you can kind of see it. So, again, it's one of those tricks of if I have to duplicate these, yeah, I'm not going to be happy. I'm just not going to be happy at all. May just have to take a couple of days off or just find a way to Paragon farm. Basically. Might just see, I'm going to have to find a way to Paragon farm. And that's obviously going to be the way I go. Maybe put more into the season, but yeah, you can. Oh, yeah, okay, so this was last season. Now I know. I lost my gems over here. Yeah, this was last season. Because if none of my jewelry had diamonds, they had witch power gems. That explains a lot, by the way. If you were wondering. So I load into a character and they don't have gems. They were all from last season. Because that was the season that I had the witch power gems. In everything. But yeah, so this character had 140. Yeah, so this character had 141 hours, followed by the second one, which had 121 hours. I gave away so much gear too, because that was more about an abundance. That's more depressing. But I don't think I developed this one's board as much. I just didn't. I kind of, 16? Yeah. Okay, yeah, because my high was 85. So, obviously. Then I look at the attack power that I basically possess, and it's just. What the fuck? Really? Compared to what I had. Like, this character was weaker last season. Too, so. I could get it to like 100 reliably without sweating horribly. And I mean, all in all, that's the big difference between last season and this season. So, to give you a very rough idea. And the fact alone, right? The fact alone, I hate to say this, my Necro, Bloodwave Necro, which, unless I change the amulet, right? Look at the stats again. Let's compare the stats. Right? Let's just say where the stats are. 51. Now, ignore the armor. 1,000 armor. I'll probably change that. You know. And then you have but slightly better rolls, like that ring right there. See that ring? Damage while fortified might actually turn out to be better for him. That's what I gotta check. I think it would damage while fortified. But that is a hell of a thing to check. I think it's because damage while fortified goes over. What I found. But the damage while fortified does allow for more retardation to a degree. Now, in reality, I'd have to test it and see. Because if it is damage while fortified, and you're constantly fortified. But over there, it feels like I'm constantly fortified. But let me see. It's like 4 million, right? Most the worst of the worst. So damage while fortified might be the answer. I've been going darkness, but might just be damage while fortified I need. Let me see, it's one-shotting. This is what, tier 4? That's what's taking the one shot. Yeah, like 16,000. I want to say though that this has I have to look at the group. I went from there. I don't know. Damage will afford it. Damage will fortify might be the answer. Because the thing is, damage wall fortified is like, I'd have to look and see if damage wall fortified is actually the answer that I'm needing. Because if it's damage while fortified goes over. Damage while fortified goes over more damage than damaged. So it may have been damaged while fortified. To find my thing. If I find my gear from last season, that's the sign. So yeah, so if it's damaged while fortified, that might suck. No. So that's darkness. But yeah, because some of this gear has damage while fortified. Others has the other. Maximizing curse range as well as that. But I also sit at an obscene intelligence level. So that might be the solution, actually. So I think the solution. I'll catch up with that. Oh, yeah, no. I'll fill you in later. Case in Cincinnati. I'll look that up after. Right now, I'm trying to ponder how not to just quit playing like after 3 weeks. So, oh, what's funny is what I haven't got. Where is it? I know it's here. So the big meta item for barbs, an ugly bastard. So the ugly bastard helm is what people want. Yeah, it's funny how I get like 2-star semis. Don't even think about it, cat. So that's so if that's damage while fortified. If damage while fortified equivalent to darkest image. met non-vocal women. I met a lot of non-vocal women. Not vocal. Fuck. I got wiped out. Damage well fortified versus does damage well fortified. Sorry for something in between. Meant to like do whatever. That might be the solution. But that means that gear that I have is going to be scrapped. Damage will fortify. Hold on a sec, because I have to think. Anyway, so I'll have to look at it. Is it damage well fortified or it's damage well? See, if damage well fortified is actually stronger when you think about it in the first place. Damage well fortified. See, that's what I'm going to look up. Because the damage well fortified is what I'm looking. That's gonna be the one. Damage well fortified. Use darkness. And that use damage well fortified. So this stuff has damage well. rest. No. That all came off of her then. I can see now. That came off the shadow minions. Really? That came off the shadow minions. Maybe I have it wrong. Because elemental damage. Because elemental damage caps at that. That might be the answer I'm missing. Damage while fortified might be what I'm missing. Basically. The damage while fortified in totality is all damage, period. Because elemental damage is only damaged by that. Damage while fortified. You know what? See, that'd be the difference. Damage while fortified is the answer. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see if damage while fortified is a thing. Might be the breakthrough that I need. Yeah, damage while fortified. There's no way to check that without having actual gear. like, stumble on that. That is the answer. Damage while fortified would be the answer. I wonder if I stumbled on that last season. But it's also life. Does damage while fortified. Effect. Okay, the answer would be that. It's damage while fortified. Effect. Everything. Okay. I don't know if Google has an explanation. Sorry, like trying to go because that might be the answer to the issue. Damage while fortified augments your damage dealt when your fortify is equal to or exceed your current life. Okay, so damage over blood overpowered. Blood overpowered gives. Hold on. Blood wave gets X. Blood overpowered in 5 ranks. Forge multiple blood. Fort equal double dip. Or both added in multiplicative. Blood over power. That's why I went blood over power. So that is the answer. Stated. Let me see in this Reddit. That is the answer. Because that is additive and multiplicative. Mm. That might be the answer. Where's the other place I would know? Used. Well, yeah, you know the only reason I use Lord Seer's ability is because Lord Seer's ability is not as good. Oh, so same Flesh Reaper. Honor runes. Whoops. They're saying blood. Mobilitics. Let me see. I see. I see. But I don't show the items. So they're saying temper. Helmet. Down reduction. Worldly endurance maximus. Corpse potential. Chest. Gloves. Boots. Amulet. So does that? Something missing. Damage will fortify. fortification goes on. Obviously. Anyways, I think that's the solution. Because if it's not even about that one, because of my overpower damage. And see, I have damage well fortified. And that is damage well fortified. There's a way to test this, actually. There is a way to test this. Well, the problem now is... Remember when I said it another way? Fuck you points ish. This is where you're at. This is where you have fuck you points. Rub shit anywhere. How do I do this? This is weather. This is royalty. It's bloodbath. Damage reduction. Yeah, no. Orange life. Right. see that 6. And that's 8. Alright, so... slightly different. And that's a distinct difference. Ah, that was on my floor. I bet you. See, that was on my minions. You know, is everything have damageable? Damageable. Damageable. If damage will fortify is what I is that the answer? Damage will fortify. You should be somewhere scaling. Why you don't delete it entirely your old character so you can just kind of look at it. Bear in mind, this is without fancy powers, and if this is the case, it's going to be in seasonal. The same way. That just mean that the farm stuff up. Ah, but this layout's ass. Oh god, that means I'll have to refarm all that gear. Don't it? Yeah, that does. That's a refarm it. That might be the solution. Because one's additive and multiplicative. But the damage while fortified is additive. That is better than damage by shadow. Damage by shadow is going to be a different entirety. So I was on the right track, but I was on the wrong track, doing it wrong. Now, granted, there is no way I can 100% duplicate this in season. But, not farming. Oh boy. What the fuck is that scaling? Okay, so I think I stumbled on the solution. But I'm gonna have to play this a lot. Then is damage while fortified stronger than damage by? But see, if the solution was in front of me, does damage while fortified work with damage while work with shadow damage? That would be the question now, doesn't it? Yeah. This was just happened last season. Not happy about it. You'll die. Is that the solution? Is damage will fortify the solution? Because I don't think damage will fortified is entirely nerfed. Come on, Baspers. If that is the answer, because I can guarantee you, I can test it right now. I have a feeling that it's so low key. That would be. I mean, granted, half the shit is god rolls though in this character. This build has access to god rolls, and the other probably because that amulet is busted nonsense. But some of this stuff I got really lucky with farming. But yeah. I mean, granted, I don't have access to Doombringer there. Oh, hell, Peter, look, if I had Doombringer. No, you don't even want to. Yeah. Okay, Okay, so this is just theory crafting, and I do believe this is the answer. Yes, probably is the answer I'm looking for. In infernal, you pieces of shit. Now the problem is it's going to be duplicating and feasible. I think I just ate a big chunk of fucking. I don't know. You know what? That might be the solution. But I think I inadvertently stumbled on it. Damage while fortified also affects this, doesn't it? Damage while fortified. Tile. So the answer is damage. The damage while fortified has to deal with your health. That's tier 75. So that is tier 75. Right? Right there. That is tier 75 under the current system. boss layers are just a new mechanic. Man, I don't see boss powers though, so. I might be able to salvage some of that gear. Okay, so I might be able to salvage some of that gear that I inherently have over there. Because I still have rules. Something I want to test. There's something I want to test. That I need to test. By the way, that's retarded. Just for the record. That right there, because amulet sacrifice is 1.5 times. By the way. Amulet sacrifice is 1.5 times. Right? It's one thing to remember. Amulet sacrifice on amulets is 1.5 times, and it's just the way it works. Kinda stick it there. Why I don't have armor on this character for some reason. See, I don't know why I don't have armor. But see, the big difference you see it without an amulet under like the current build that I'm doing. I don't have that bonus that comes on the amulets, which can be that rapidly increases the intelligence. That is a difference. Meaning I have to stick the sacrifice onto the gloves. Meaning the sacrifice has to go here. Or the sacrifice has to go on this. But also, we still have vehement. The plus 59% damage should not be an issue. But the funny part is that we're going to be a mint. Yeah. That's a vehement ring. That is vehement. See, that one's slightly different. And that one's more for this build. That one's more for the shadow build. The more for the shadow blade. The damage will fortified. 234 certified. $275. That is basically the same thing, except for different elements. One has max damage, and the other one has. The one's slightly better than the other. Intelligence. Because if you look at both of those rings, side by side, right? Equipped, they're not better. Yeah, so that's the thing. One was that doesn't really matter. That's comparing if that's done by vehement. Because you have to understand, if that's done by vehement, and you know what? So that is possibly the answer. Because if it is damage while fortified, it's going to be duplicating it. Fucking hell, that's going to be shit to find, isn't it? That's going to be hell to fucking find. You know how much hell it is going to be to find. God, you know how hard it was to find affixes. That's a trick, isn't it? 63 or a good 52. Because those came off the other ones, I bet. Don't bet you they did. I could see where some of this stuff came from already. But no, there's no fucking way. I have the ability to duplicate. I don't think I have the ability to duplicate that. But bear in mind that has intelligence though. Yes, life. Smaller curse. It was like 100. I mean, but the difference is roughly the difference. What did I say? 14. But no, so 14 is 9. Nine 45, right? So Like I'm gonna need a piece of armor though. Just bear in mind this is bloodbath. I don't think I'm using bloodbath. I'm using blood gets blood. I'm using blood begets blood, but I don't think I'm using bloodbath. Because if I'm not using bloodbath, and that's damage while fortified. Damage while fortified, right? So tier 70. Yeah, I've been doing it wrong. So this is the solution. now. It's gonna depend on the life I can get. Which I have to have. Oh, you know the problem with trying to duplicate this stuff. See, I already have the issue maintaining intelligence. Because inadvertently, if this works. Now, the problem is how do you find gear equivalent in a nerfed ass setting? That's the question. Hmm. I don't think the solution is hardly. So the solution's not going to be like this is under Harlequins. Oh, the solution is yes. So that might actually be. See, I have Helm of Perdition selected tested as well. But over there, I'm using Helm of Perdition. Uh-oh. I see it. Oh god, I see it. That's what's eating my shit. Never mind. I get it. It's the rune. Igni-quacks. But then they nerfed also Igni. Honestly, they both nerfed it. They both nerfed those damn things, though. And I know it. When they I was like, why am I? So I've had the solution the entire time. I just didn't. Some days. Okay. Now, the build will be entirely different with endurance. And not endurance. I call it endurance. So So okay. That's under Harley Quinn. But I don't have a Harley Quinn. I don't have any quacks for that fucking matter. Even go into the rune economy over there is total ass. By the way, I want to get into that. I'm gonna fucking touch that with a 10-foot pole on how ass that is. Okay? I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. How fucking horrible the rune economy is. You know? Always just be. I'm getting really pissed if that's the case. What was I saying? So, not like this one. They are there. It's very similar to that one. It's similar to that one. Okay. So it's similar to that one. So, and I can't duplicate that. I can actually duplicate it. But I don't have Shroud of False Death. Shroud of False Death, I don't. See, I don't have Shroud of False Death. Or sad fact is that is pretty much my armor. Step to that. It's kind of the issue with Shroud of False Death. That is a hell of a power increase. Then again, bear in mind, that's a 2-star. That's a 2-star. Over there I have a 1-star. But see, armor is a trick. I mean, at this level, armor is probably the most important. Because at this point, helm. Though I will say they're not going to be as good as these. They're not going to be as good. Because what I'll need to duplicate is I'll need to duplicate this. Now, so the solution to the problem is spiked armor. Okay. Spiked armor is the solution. Now, spiked armor can be rolled to items. So spiked armor can be rolled. So inadvertently, this season, I actually found the solution, but I was close. And I am close to it. Hold on. Can I temper? Can I? No. Come on. Here we go. Curse size. Spiked armor, right? So, see. So usually I use Harley Quinns. Harley Quinns has armor. So it's funny as if I use that, I would. Yeah, buy 150-ish. But for the sake of this, I mean, unless I had armor here, and if I have like a ring or some shit to make up here. Good luck on that one. This is the hardest shit in the world to get. It's one of the hardest things in the world to actually get. It's like, I think, the hardest. It is the hardest to get. See, the thing is, right, Shroud of False Death works. That's raw stats. But see, that again, that is no armor. So I lose like 13, but inadvertently I have 63. But I also have nothing with armor. And see, ideally like that is where you want to go. But the key is the key here. Like, this is perfect, right? But that's more the shadow build than anything else. That's what's beautiful about that. And I'm to say that was on the shadow build. Like, looks good, but see, this looks good here. Like, life-wise, with the curves. It's less. But you have slightly less of the intelligence, which the trade-off is about 1,000, but the core is higher. You'd have to make it up. You have to make the intelligence up here or here. This is where, when I had to do this build initially, it was a really big bitch in terms to do things. Because of the reasons. like, I like this idea. But I don't want to fuck with it. I just don't want to fuck with it. That piece. Don't. I don't want to mess with that. It is too fragile of an area or a piece of equipment to do it. Because I already know that was part of a build. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like, if it is still this way, it was part of something. It's not an if, ands, or buts. It was. That. Now you're in that realm of stuff that came off that shadow build. Shadow build is a monstrosity, I tell you. Those shadow builds came off. That's the ring that came off by barbarian. See, this all came off that shadow blight. Came off the initial. And it all came off the shadow blight. See, that's the problem. Some of this gear is so damn dead set, I couldn't do shit with it. Like, it's so set, can't do nothing. I mean that politely with it. Just can't. might, I might have some. Let's see. Intelligence and armor. That's max intel too. That's max intel. See, that's a very similar chess piece to what I have right now. That is very similar. Now, if, I do say if, but I don't have another one to the, I do. I have this. I have a couple. But that's like what I have now. That's like what I have exactly now on that character. But I have a couple. In case he's fucked up. Should be good. Like, I really, really should be good. Like, okay. See, I think I put thorns on there. Now, the key here is if this works, I just have to find a way to either find another ring, convert it to that, if this works. Right, just, it's the same. So, If, and I say if.
A good business and fortune to you.
See, I put thorns on it, though. See, I have sleeve, I have thorns on mine. But I have armor. But I think I have armor on. I have armor on them. That's the thing. Like, I think I have armor on. That's what I have. So. Let me see. But my protector is max over there. But what I think I did is I put Thorn Army. So I put Thorn Army. So what I did is I put Thorn Army over there. Unless... How the fuck did I gain armor over there? I know I'm have armor. And it's coming from somewhere. If it came from here, I would be... Oh. You know what I think, though? Okay, so I used... I know how I did it. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Use that. Worldly Endurance. So I use that, and I used Worldly Endurance. So I at least had Worldly Endurance. So. But I also had thorns on it. What's funny is I have thorns on it. I have thorns with armor and worldly endurance. So it's kind of strange. But works. There we go. Well, it's not a perfect copy, is it? It's close enough. As they say, close enough for government work. I mean, give or take. The difference is I have more movement speed. Yeah, right. But I still have air, and I still have the other. I still have this, and I still have that. I have an item not like this, but it's ideal. My vehement. Though I do wonder, though. Because if this works, I just have to duplicate it. Because this is near identical. Now, what's funny is I should have armor. Should have 1k armor. Unless... I feel like... should be here somewhere. That ain't armor. False indicator. How do you only have 2 armor nodes in this entire board? I think I skipped. Did I skip one of those? Oh, I think I skipped Bloodbath. I don't use Bloodbath. You know what it is? I can get... Yep, I don't use Bloodbath over there. I don't use Bloodbath. Because... Well, since I used Bloodbath as 3, somehow somebody do use Bloodbath, but do I have any? Because look up at luck, there isn't any armor. Yeah, shadow resistance. Shadow resistance doesn't. Oh, it's like 5 armor nodes in this entire. It's like 5 armor nodes in the entire goddamn thing, isn't there? It's probably just blood. Huh. Oh, yeah, I can tell away this is a fucked up build. It's like blood begets blood, right? Just simple. Wither frailty. So what is it? Wither and frailty, right? Oh no, is it blood begets blood? It'd be funny if I did. This what? Blood begets blood is kinda classic in that form. See, it'd be funny if I forgot about blood begets blood. I mean, if blood begets blood is what I forgot about. Get the test over here. Let's see. See, if I forgot, like, blood begets blood. But I swear I use blood begets blood. Because there'd be no way I would not use blood begets blood. Buddy, let's see if you're easier. I hate that. I hate Igni Quacks. I fucking do. You fucker. Hmm. The problem with the Igni Quacks combo is why I hate it. It's because it uses your mana. Okay, that's a bad idea, right? Using mana versus it's not always. I don't like it. Unfortunately. For the sake, I am far too lazy to just pick it up. Because if this... I have no potions. Fuck my life. I have no arm. It's because my armor is not 1,000. But it will be. Over there. I mean, I have a chest piece identical to this. That I rolled. Yeah, that Igni Wax gotta go. I don't like it. That's my shit. It limits my things. Fucking retarded. I don't know why I haven't used it in the fucking first place. I used Titan's Fall. And then the other ones. So, if this... Okay, you see that lack of armor is going to catch up to me. Over there, I have 1,100 armor. See, that throws off the combo, though. What I'm doing. That's why I don't use it. That's actually why I don't use it on my stuff. Because it slows down the clear. Because the idea of the combo with the build is to fire off all the skills at once. Versus be a solid blood wave. If it's going for solid blood wave, I've never... I just don't like it. I'll just assume. Gotta get that ignorant quacks off this damn shit. Gotta get them off. But I think that's gonna be the answer. They stumbled on it. God damn it. You know one change they made this season? You can no longer be immune to fucking puddles on the goddamn ground. Really, and I know that's a change. A fucking retarded change. Because everything makes puddles. By the way. Oh my god, if that's just the most simplest change I need to make. One simple change. Is that the only change I need to make? Because if that is the only change I have to make, because if that is the most minor change I need to make, because if the minor change I just have to make, inadvertently, all it is right? If all I have to change is that item, granted, no more talking assuming I can find any items. Because I have an item like this, like that. Not like that, I wish I had like that. But I have one here. I have a 3-star. Right, I have a 3-star. But except exactly like this, but just a slightly lower FX. So it's the other. But if that's the case, that is a simple fix. Because I needed to figure out why I was hitting like a truck last season. And now I know why. Because it goes against the grain of the other. Because everyone does bleed over power. Bleed over power. Bleed over power is what people think you need to do. But in reality, me and my dumbness did not forgot that I used damage well fortified. Damage well fortified. Well, okay, spiked armor is free armor. How it goes. Spiked armor. Let me see something. There we go. Here's my armor. So, spiked armor is free armor, by the way. Just for the record, in case people ever forget. Spiked armor is free armor. So, we're good. Honestly, I get so many passives. If that is the passive, I'm just kidding. That is just my passive. That is ridiculous, by the way. If my passive, right? Let me see. So the idea is... So my passive is going to... So if all I have to do is switch it to blood by instead of blood, do 4 damage by 4. Right, just that. That's the easiest fix in the world. So a complicated fix. Granted. Stick that there. I mean, summer is good, but summer. It's not blight. It's not really blight. So, hold on. Now, if that is the solution, then if this is the answer, I have found my solution. Oh my fucking god. Damn. Never cast curse. So it should be able to. Now, this is all gear dependent, but bear in mind in seasonal, I have boss powers. Shit, they just bounced off them. That was likely fucking landscape. Just because this is a fucking gay layout. I hate this layout. So that is the solution. And if it's that simple of a stupid ass solution, change one bit of damage, that makes up for it. And granted, I'm hoping I didn't have an item bricked enough that I can't change it. It's about to be farm. I got the idea that I need to do. It's gonna suck. Granted, it's not as nice as these items, but it works. Over there, I have 1100 armor? Yeah. But I have 1100 armor over there. Now, here's the thing. Granted, these items I'm using are the miracle items of the ideal items of close to about where they need to be. Now, duplicating this build on seasonal will probably be a giant bitch. Due to the fact of I need the stars to align, and they probably will not align, so to speak. I need them to align. Getting GAs to align is sometimes the biggest bitch in the world unless you get lucky. Because the thing is, right, the only reason it's like I did, as I said, it was just that period of like hit push and kills in my soul. I don't like this section of the game, but it is required to do. Now, here's going to be the test. Take it to a 75, and then Yeah, I knew I stumbled on this solution last season, but I couldn't articulate what. Well, in the jumbled mess, which is that here. And see, here's the issue, right? Quite honestly, it's going to be, besides getting the GAs to block, I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. Basically, I have to get the GAs to block. Now, I'm not saying that, now, how much, the big issue is, how much does this set me back? So, assuming I haven't bricked items, I should be able to clear 75. So this actually works. The thing is, duplicating, well, technically, duplicating values is going to be the trick. You can't exactly duplicate GAs. I mean, bear in mind, duplicating GAs is possible. But by what I mean by that is, you can't hopefully expect to find. That's why every season one of these characters looks utterly different. So it gives their own character identity. And if this works, the 75, I know damn well it's gonna. Like, I know it will work. I just had to figure out the adjustment I had to make. Because I had to figure out what adjustment, and I have all the gear over here. So before I'm like, if I had known that, I might be able to get out of that rut very much. Fucking really? See, I might be able to get out of the entire rut. Because that rut I'm in, it is because I'm the DPS bubble. Leveling the shadow works. In game, you need something entirely different. The damage will fortify. Because that's why I said on par, you need. On par, in the end game, you have. You have. On par, at this point, you have to have 20k health. Minimum. That's what allows for it. Now the damage wall fortified. Right. It's just half part of the package. Which in turn Bubble vendor's ass. At least bad luck. Those are good. I mean, so I'm hoping I haven't bricked those items. I'm just gonna have to work with what I need to work with and farm all of that stuff. Now the trick would be 75. Because I know if I can clear 75. And if I can clear 75. Clear 75. So it wants me to clear 70. I know that's possible. If, and I say if, gear drops a lot. But, how much bad shit do I have to go through before I get to it? So it's not that I can't kill in World Tier 4 over there. It's just the damage. And if this is the boost that I need, damage will fortify will be the thing. So that will be the answer. So the answer is damageable fortified. Now, arguably, that will get past the hurdle that I have. So it can be done. Yeah, so this is a 75, right? This is minus boss powers, which I have over there. So, I have a 1 GA, so I have a 1 GA weapon, which is about pretty high over the active. I have 1 GA and I have a 3 GA. Okay. Hey, so quick. I think I have over there a different rune word. I have the rune word different. No, I'm thinking something different. No, sorry, I'm thinking barbarian. Barbarian, I have 2 rune words. Over there, no, I just think this. It's very similar to this style. I mean, I do believe this can push, like... So this can push and this can kill. So that's the trick. Now, to what degree would it take here to align to do that? Works then. Good. Alright. Yep. That's what you're seeing. Now, damage blow fortified, right? Now, ideally, if I weren't using Ebon Piercer. Now, the build without Ebon Piercer, I have one. I can do the amulet. I know I can. Because I was what I was gonna do if it came to that, I would do it without Ebon Piercer. But that is a different build. But what's funny is it's one and the same. Because spiked caterpillars, or spiked, is armor itself. That is how you get the passive. That's how you get the passive armor. And bear in mind, this is what it would look like at about 100 glyphs. Probably about 100 glyphs. Probably about 250. With about 270. And this will be about 270. Because I only have 20 points assigned. Only assigned 4. I've only assigned 4. Like the 24 that I have. So... So yeah, it's a solution. So I knew the solution would be in this character. The solution would be because I know well enough. It's like the epiphany. I just had to think. Problem is, I think it takes like I have about usually a day. It's like very comes from the keen when I played Magical competitively and we still can. I mean, the improviser. And that's what I need to do. The thing is, like getting all that gear to align. Like I've already have this helmet, I already have I have at least 4 out of these things. I have boots. Boots have basically aligned. It's just the mace that hasn't aligned. Jesus. That's a hell of a fucking damage. Now, here's something I noticed. Like, it's gonna be if that gear is as shit as it fucking I think it's gonna be again, I'm gonna have to either work off. I'm gonna have to work off what I have. Now, I'm at the point. A lot of that gear is good. If I can re-roll it, what's funny is I kick myself because I've had that roll near max, go for shadow. Like, I keep having the idea I need to go for shadow. But that can be added. That can be added. That will work. Works. Fortunately, I wish I thought about this sooner. The solution would have been, nah, I'm gonna get it. See, okay, right? It's gonna be tighter to 75, though. This layout was not my friend, by the way. But I know it can be run. I'm pretty sure it can be run. With some changes over there, it can be run. Fucking really? That's why I say, Blood Wave likes to fuck up. Blood Wave will fuck up more ways than one. I'm stuck in a fucking... Dude, this is just fucking worst. Sonic layout. The fuck is with this layout? Oh my word, this layout. What the hell? It's awful. Like, oh, it's the worst. Bad layout. I've never seen this layout for this one before. And I've done 70. This is just like really layouts big. Like God. Too many that could hide. But it can be cleared. That's good to know. It can be done. Not the fastest clear, but I know it works. And you know the build works. It does. Tweaking, yes. It can be done. Why is loot so much fucking better over here than over there? I fucking say this. Loot's so much better over here. So this does work. Basically, over there, this. I have a good ring with VMM. It's not quite this close. I have this. I have one of these. I have multiple boots. I just don't have one of those. It can be done. So I have, to my knowledge, I have everything to duplicate. And I'm already halfway through. I still have to get a new ring. But the key is, but it can be done. It can be done entirely. Rest assured.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
That works. Now, in theory, but all my gems aren't here yet. That's key. Let me see the board. Board is it's wood. Bath. I do this. I may have used bloodbath. I may have used bloodbath. I may have forgone. What is my damage? What is my overpower? 1,000. But my fortify is 20k. So okay. Now, the thing is it? Did I go blood begets blood? Did blood begets blood? Did I do? Yes. So it's the same board. It is the same my armor's higher and my damages. But my HP is ass. So the turn is so similar. It's almost exactly the same. Except for oops. So the question is, can these be rerolled? I mean, it's fine. That build is almost damn identical to this. In the turn, being minus some life. I know that item's bridge. No, the item's bridge. See, expensive. Damn, I fuck. God, how much of a bitch that. Oh, I forgot how much of it. Oh, yep, yep, yep. It's gonna be great. That good? Hey, let's see. That got perfect on the first try. That sword really is something. That sword has been something to it. do it. There's 48 and 52. Okay. I mean 30. Yeah, she's decent. My armor's higher. There. Roll is. That's like perfect. So duplicating that was easy. See, we was only close to the right solution because my attack power is too upside down. Like my attack power is way too upside down to just be freaking double trash. The moment. No, I mean that's the way it is. So, right. Works. Yeah, see, this one has thorns than the armor. But I think what's the difference is I have more armor. Slightly. But it's the same item. Where here, as I said, I have that. I already have the 3-star. I have that. It's just I don't have the legend glory to do it. Well, basically all my items contribute to that. By the way. So the answer that is a lot better of an answer. Now my intelligence is higher. I don't know if I could make one more topaz. Topaz. sure to. I need a diamond. No, I need.
You lose a little mass to dust.
I need one diamond because I want. The item is getting expensive to roll. The item is very expensive to roll. So, now let's see. Alright, now that this puzzle solved, I'm getting it. You know, the only difference between the two will actually be the fact that the difference between the two will be because I think my recipe is low for damage while fortified. I really do. I actually think my recipe is. That's a bad thing. My recipe for it is low. I don't think. Hold on a sec. You elections. Temporary recipes. Blood. Yeah, blood. Right. What is it? Is it like? Well,
That looks worn. I can fix it.
hold on. So 152. 148 isn't bad. That might be worth saving though. It's my thing though. The thing is, if that ring worth saving? I mean, technically, it's good. That ring is up there. Mm. Mm. Right now, it's HP that's kicking my ass. I don't have HP. For some reason, like, my HP is really low. I have stuff that gives life, but my GAs need to align. It means you probably walk some of those back and then redo it. So those are good. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so the GA would have to align. But getting it that, I mean, right now, like 10K, I mean, it isn't the best in the world. Like, if I squeaked out any life node, can I squeak out life nodes? I squeak out life nodes. I squeak out. Yeah, I could squeak out life nodes, right? Yeah, life. Dude, those aren't life nodes, you shit stains. Yes. aren't life nodes. Yeah, I forgot. I have a asinine lack of fucking points. I have an incredibly lack of fucking points right now. Like there's 8% right here. I guarantee you. There's like 8%. Well, technically that's what, 6. I mean, my willpower is going to be made. That's not the issue. I mean, that's 4% right there. That's 4%. I feel like I'm about to go through here and then get down to here. That's like 8%. See, that's no, it's more than 8. Not 2. It's like 10%. So it might increase it. I will increase it. I mean, in a temp, right? But like in a temp situation. Let me see. So I still need one. I need like 22 down there. I need like 22 down there. Actually. Well, it'd be like 22. But bear in mind, be like that would be a long term. 4%. Like, it's not the most permanent solution, but I'm not gonna make my way down there. But that's why I said it'd be about 250. So I said about 250. Because what you see is that board is roughly where it should be for what it is. But as I said, late the life nodes are down to here. And I mean, in the turn, I can grab down to here. Want to. It's like the question, do you fucking want to? I don't. I mean, I kind of have to, but I have to grab those. Which, I'm at the point of, yes, if you don't grab those, but it's 20 something points to get down there, and then I want to get down to here. Because I don't have Wither active. But what's funny is if I go down there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 14. The interesting is still 22. But bear in mind if you go down this way, because you don't need the, you don't need here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No. No, no. Maybe about 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, kind of would be about the same. Honestly, it would be the same. But in the short term, it's not going to help me any. On the short term, that's not going to help. That's going to be. I can hope for GAs. That's all I can hope for. That's what I can hope. Because the GA thing is what I'm going to have to do. And I'm going to have to get the gear. Now. Is that? Let's go through. Let's go test this. Closest, I mean, I make fun of, by the way. I make fun of people at least drink boba tea, but I wonder if it's on sale. Or sale if they're discounting it. To me, it just tastes. Ugh. Canned boba tea. Not terrible. It's not as bad as you think. Hi, buddy. So you're telling me one minor change is all I needed. Really? Hi, buddy. Oh, Christ on a stick. I've been going and racking my head around. Like. I have been bothering. Wow. So that damage while fortified was the answer. And on top of the house powers. LOL. Wow, you are. My cooldown is shit though. Yeah, this thing went on. Fuck. Apparently, my what happened to my mercenaries? Feeling? That's a weird one. How is it? apparently lost my mercy. I would like to know why. That is fucking weird. Had the prior loading, now I don't. Hey, but my DPS looks good. Oh, fucking fine. Now we're on par. That's fixed. So I go get my mercenaries back. Zones out. I think that was the answer. Yep. That feels incredibly better. Oh, if I had known about that about 5 hours ago, I wouldn't be having issues now, would I?
If you're sure, let's go.
Mm-hmm. A little bit different. Change. I mean, moderate though. more if you need physical over there. That is different. Yeah, no. That works. That is perfect. Okay, one more. Because if that was the damage that I was missing, that could have been the damage I was missing. Renee. Right? No one's down here. Oh, what was I then? Oh, don't worry. These people. Oh no, clowns finally show up. Okay, we're gonna help finally. Ah, you can just send your ass somewhere that you actually should have just did. Boss was. So, yeah. You know the one problem with Zura's power? Zura's power can only be done twice. You only have like two. It's like there's a limit to the bubbles. like, or the blizzard space, technically, when he pops. That's the issue. I think it's like moment 3. Unless those explode constantly. Wow. Collision physics, guys. Fuck. That clump was so chunky, it didn't move. Huh. I get the Emperor's done. Yeah. I found it. See, that far off. Because I'm like, how does a character, how does me as a person have that much power, attack power, and I can't kill shit? Because I know the power this build should be pushing it. Even not. Oh. Kind of funny, the guides say don't go the physical. Go blood overpower. Yeah. So what are you doing half the time with your skills? And that makes up for the damage I was missing. That damage well fortified. Duriel on tier 4. Yo, what? That's silly. Like, one minor change. In reality, it is a minor change. Like, you change from the 1 to change my damage while fortified. That is making up all the damage I'm missing. Jesus H. Christ. Shit, no. Really? I shit you not. 10, right? What? Now the real test, you wanna see it? Well, hard to go do a real test and say. Two to three, right? See, I know pits. Pits are just gonna be that.
How can I help? I can break that down.
See, I think it's weird. One minor DPS style change alters that. Because I think it's both. So it's additive and. So if it is additive and. Multiplicative. So it's additive and multiplicative. See, the thing is, usually the more bigger damage you're making up by doing you're doing additive and multiplicative damage. Damn this event. Ah. So additive and multiplicative damage is a thing. too high hopes to take out Dariel. Yeah. One could hope. Most. Oh god. I need to change one power though. That execute power don't do dick all here. Oh, I can kill him. I just gotta stay alive. Get back. I can do it though. And that can be done. Yeah, no, you fucker. God damn it. Oh god, that poison, man. Fuck the servers. Every fucking time of day is the servers. See, this boss is kind of annoying, and then regard. Like, he's like Anduriel's the worst to fight. Like, really. Oh, that's right, Anduriel fucking heals too. I am fucking dead. Jesus Christ, that lag. He has an animation that's pretty bad. So they gave him like an area bubble stun. He... Fuck that ability. That ability has killed me more than any of his others. At one ability. At one ability. Don't think it's possible. once my health gets higher, it'll be better. But I need higher health. Higher health. Without that higher health, it's just gonna be different. Damn, see, I need that higher health. Ugh. I think it's possible. See, there's that fucking face. Fuck. That acid. At one. Damn. See, that got reduced. Oh. That's the build killing. That's the one killing me. See that spit that was like a diagonal? That's the word. See. Can't be in front of him on the red. Not quite yet. Him with his own power, man. I don't know if that's gonna work. You have to kill him with his own power. It's gonna be annoying. Surviving is the key.
That is too expensive.
Better than that. I know better than that. Don't stand and never stand in front of Duriel. If you stand in front of Duriel, you're dead. Right now, it's life. It's not too high. 10,000 life is not a ton, by the way. 10,000 life is ass, ultimately. Like, 10,000 life is not a lot. That's the weakness right now. The weakness right now is life. The weakness now is currently life. God, that stutter. He leaves me and I get Belialed. Jesus. Wow. You fucking shitheads. Aim. So... I know. Ah, Jesus. Now, you're not dead. Oh. God, you go fucking a while. Yeah. You're just annoying more than fucking good. Find this real form, huh? Oh, God. Come on. Wrong power. See, they have additional tricks, like... Oh. Fucking stupid. Wrong power for this shit. I need Belial's to pop up. Fucking annoying. That is an annoying boss. Oh. That's gonna take longer. Hey, at least look at the builds fixed. I don't want to do that though. It's that pinnacle power in the Wanderer of Eyes, right? That's so stupid. It's the dumb thing. Well, shit. At least I got that solved. Now on to just finishing out this. So, okay. Now that I got my build semi-fixed to where it needs to be, besides the health issue, which is a minor inconvenience, till I have to come do this shit. Soloing bosses or dealing with bosses or something. It's something you don't want to do when you're half tired, but I don't think it's that. It's just an annoyance. My health is too low. Like 10,000, 11,000 health works at like tier 3. It doesn't work at 4. I have to have either I have to rework my thing or I have to get new gear. We get a max GA. I mean, there's not much I can do. I mean, like 15, 20,000 is probably correct. That's going to allow me to survive the. Other than that, I don't know. I stream something else today. The only problem is trying to play Expedition 33 while trying to do other things is hard. I don't know. Multi's gonna do his thing in the afternoon. I am going to bed. So. Jesus. Well, hopefully, right? I mean, I got the build finished. I mean, to a degree. Now I just need to get the final parts for it. And that's gonna feel like that's gonna take forever. Basically, I'm gonna have to get my health to at least 1,500. 18 to 20,000. I need a couple of max GA life items. And I need the rolls to go off perfectly. But all that changed. But now I just need to see. I might need to like re-roll that one because it isn't. Because my resistances are good. The resistances are fine. Now it's just I need life. Life. That's going to add to my fortify damage. So, bear in mind, I'm almost there. That's the thing. At least it's. Let's see, it's right there. So basically, right. That's correct. Right here. This doesn't need to be armor. That needs to be life. See, life would find that. But those have to stay like that. Me. Hmm. So now I just need to find a way. I could re-roll, but I'll probably come to that when I need it, though. I mean, elixirs get me up to the high points. See, those elixirs keep me higher anyway. Hmm. And then I need, like, ultimately, I need an intelligence and a that ring, but good luck on that one. But if this works, it's not an issue. Now it's just getting the pieces. Man, oh man. So yeah, at least I haven't switched my build like 10 times like some people I know. But now it's just refining it, basically. Indeed. Indeed. At least it's done. And I know what I have to do. Now I just have to farm it. But that would be it for today. I don't know. If I wake up early, I might stream earlier. I think. I mean, now I just need to do. Now I just gotta get through here. Now, what I may go do. Not right now, because I am too tired. Brain drained. Fuck, beast, nice. I am doing this. Really? What kind of two-handed? So I'm basically gonna have to have life. Yep. again, that's going to be tomorrow's issue. Mm. But yes, one minor change changes the entire build. Because now I got that multiplicative and additive damage. Oh, but I could have had it like hours ago. So, at least that's the solution to this. Anyways. Alright, I do not know. I'm going to go to bed and wake up. I usually wake up in about 4 to 5 hours. I have a stream with Multi today, and I want to do finish Expedition 33. This. Oh, God. But I also have other stuff I have to do. Anyways. And the 18's still here. Thank you for watching. Some days I'm trying to get subs out of all that, but, nah, but the build, I mean, I kind of had the idea, but I was missing something. I mean, there's a lot of stuff they just don't absolutely tell you. I mean, additive damage is what I needed. I need additive multiplicative. So, again, until I play this game too much. Already, it's been made. So, I have to go to bed. But I might stream earlier before I have to do the reaction thing with Multi. But then I need to get really lucky here with. I need to get really lucky with, seriously, with some GAs. I mean, that's what I need. Because I need some damn decent GAs. And that's gonna finish this out. Because I need to hit that 20,000 mark. That will get me out past most of the bosses. That will get me out past. That will also give me the higher fortification damage too. So, anyways. But I shall be. I'm going to go to bed and wake up later. But yeah, no questions on the build. The build is basically, yes. Like, it's a spin. Like, technically this all spins from Infamous. One faction, another. But it does work. The internal math in this build uses both Blight and the other. That's why the Igni quacks didn't work. Even I know that. But you need the resistance. Slowly but surely you get up to it. Basically. But I got lucky with the Era of Perdition early on. The Era of Perdition is part of the build, like one or the other. But you need the armor. Again, I don't go off build yet. I go off what I know works. I take a build guide, then I modify it, so. Oh boy. But anyways. Again, I usually try to. At least. I kind of want to put this character to bed, but I also need to finish Expedition 33. I need to finish KCD 2. Prior. Because, hell, I got like a very busy month ahead. At the end of this month is the Division expansion. Boy, oh boy. No. I do Division 2, this, other games sometimes, but those are the games I don't stream. This is just, like, I'm usually the first into Diablo, so. But now that I got this figured out, I can actually advance through Tier 4 now. So what I may wind up doing is doing my paragons now. I might go start the paragon rush. Now that I know I can do it. Now that I know I can. Me and... But yeah. It wasn't too much of a nerf on my stuff though, but... The build was good up through 3, but 4 requires having that multiplicative. That's the thing. Additives and multiplicative. That is with... As I said. Basically. Damage well fortified. But now, to master work on the damage well fortified, though, I need the life. And that's a little hard. And that will then, in turn, get my overcharge power damage up here. That's where a lot of my stuff's gonna come from. But now I just gotta get to that. So, anyways, I ain't going to go to bed and probably catch a month thing. So, and Mandalore's been sick. So, boy, oh boy. Anyways, I'll figure out what I want to do. I might take a break. I don't know. But at least it's figured it out because I was missing one kill out. Now that I know what it is, I'm not going to forget it. Maybe till next season. So, I'll find out. I'll have to make a bit note. But I should be back, what is it, 8? What's it? 10 hours? I mean, worst come to worst, I'll stream at night. 5:30. But that'd be a good time. Anyways, but I ain't going to go to bed. See people then. Ugh.